Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? It is a cloudy looking Sunday morning today. I hope that despite the clouds in the sky, there are no clouds in your heart, chat. How do you do? Hello! Tomorrow is Monday, that's right. Which means tomorrow we are finding out if they want IANSAN to be as good as she is, or if they're gonna fucking gut her. I expect her to be gutted, but I hope she won't be. She will be buffed. Kalugi. Kalugi. Surely. Surely she will be buffed. Ta Deluxe. That's not a good emote. Why do you want that? Thank you for the sub, the real cap. When you continue a gift sub you got, for some reason it doesn't give a notification. So I will do the thank you more thoroughly. Thank you very much for continuing your gift sub, the real cap 1. You are now officially
You
my new favorite viewer. And I want you to know I don't say that to everyone. It's really only you. You have always been and always will be my favorite viewer. Thank you. What year is it? I know, right? Even 3 months of Prime in VR. Holy. They were the 15 months watchful. Your glasses? I don't know if I want to put them, honestly. Will you be doing the event for the new spear? Yeah. I don't want to do it today though. But I will do it for sure. The Polearm situation is not looking too hot if I don't get it. The bitches love me for how I meow. Chat, you heard it here first. Not a single chatter is a bitch. That's right, no one here likes you, bucko. Sorry. Sorry. Too far. Have you tried N3C Arlecchino with Yelena, or is it as fake as N2C? I feel like there's no point to N3C. But I guess we can give it a shot. I don't mind. We can try the N3C.
What shall we do?
What's the reaction mapping look like for that? You get it on N1, then N1, then N3, then probably like N2, but I'm not sure. I would have to. I'll have to double check.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Oops, I fucked that up.
Let's light it up. Gotcha.
Oh no, I'm low HP.
Gather.
Transfixed. Busted. Game's up. Time's over.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. It looks like the reaction mapping is not bad. It looks like you're getting 1, then 2. Then 1, then 2, then... I can't be bothered, man. I need to build more crit rate so that it's easier to see which hits are vaping and which ones aren't. So... How much crit rate do I have now? 92. Need 8 more. Can we get 8 more? Probably.
Laid bare.
Solidify.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
So we get hit on 1, then 1, 3, then 3, then 1, then 1, 3. So it seems like it's 1, 1, 3, 3, 1, 1, 3, 3. So 4 every 3. 4 vapes every 3. So 1.3 vape per N3. But yeah, the reaction mapping for that is a lot worse than it is for N2C is the problem. So I don't actually know if it's even better than N3D. We can look at it though.
Navigating the world is a whole
So
few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
then we have C.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
So Okay, it seems like it is better. Still, alright, interesting. So I guess this is what you should do if you're using Elon. You should N3C. N-thrusty doesn't sound as good as N-tussy. What if you call it N-thrust? Could I interest you with some N-thrust?
Hear the echoes of the valley. Busted. Here comes the catch. Everybody stand back.
Just when I thought it couldn't get worse. Is N-thrust good in double cryo melt? N-thrust might not be too much pyro. It is a lot more than N3C, so it's not going to be doable in solo cryo, but maybe double cryo isn't enough. The problem is that the timing isn't consistent. The timing is irregular. Just like you, chat, you're irregular. You know why? It's not because you're weird, it's because you're special. Ow, that was hot.
Game's up. Time's over. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let the mountain flames boil. Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Going in. Overruled.
I'll do this just because the healing on Yolon here is kind of nice.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it.
It doesn't feel great against enemies like this because Yolon app is an AoE. But we can try it second side, I guess. I did a bit of N-tussy testing yesterday, so I have a frame of reference. Isn't this literally the gilded domain enemies? Yeah, but they have different behaviors in Abyss. In the domains, they don't immediately do their hyper armor. They only do it after a while. So they're a lot less annoying in the gilded domain. First side, do we play the Abomination again? I want to play the Abomination again, chat. Oh, is she not on fucking Iridescent Hunt? My bad.
One with wind and fire. Wind strike.
Let the world come alive. It's midnight, Tim. Next wave.
Fallen leaves.
watching, it's fine. You're better off not knowing.
Here comes the catch. Everybody stand back. Late bear, bring it. Game's up. Run's over. Busted. Going in. Yeah. Transfix. Here comes the catch. Everybody stand back.
Yeah. Carrying it over multi-wave because Yelan Hydro hits after Arlecchino. You don't get Vape at the start. That's not an N3C issue, that's just a Yelan issue. She don't do it like Singto. It is what it is.
Seize the skies. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Time to shine. Shadow Raven.
Stray clouds converge. The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds call.
Let the world collide. Oz,
Seize the skies. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
As you will.
Wind strike.
I don't need to burst again, I don't think. I'll burst on her.
Cloud
I have a lot of ER.
by royal decree.
Why did I do that? Okay. Alright, alright. This is where the real testing begins.
Let's light it up. Bring it. Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey. Going in.
What have I done? I was wrong. This is not where the real testing begins.
Let the mountains face.
Real testing is only on the Swan. Even on the Swanee is gonna be shit, actually. Yeah, this is not a good abyss for testing this team, huh? I gotta go far enough that my burst doesn't hit. Otherwise, my burst is gonna kill him, and I'm not gonna get the thing.
Busted. Let my name echo in song.
Make way. Clouds high. The birds call. Wind strike.
Shadow Raven. Let the world collide. Oz, reveal thy.
Stray clouds converge. As one with wind and cloud.
Time to shine. Midnight.
Seize the skies.
What is this, and why is it working? Are you talking about the Kazuha team or the Arlecchino team?
My night.
By royal.
Wind strike.
Let the world
The Kazuha team, it's working because the blessing is broken.
Make way.
And as it turns out, Xianyan actually does a pretty good amount of swirls. Because she applies Animo on her, like, ult coordinated attack. Which adds some swirls. And the swirl buff makes that a lot better. I don't have Fav on my Shilonen. No, I do. Wait, I haven't procced Fav a single time. What's going on? The fuck is that, dude?
Busted. Things are about to get dicey. Everybody stand back.
Wait, chat, unironically, this kind of feels great. How is your Arlecchino so good? Minus top 4%, but she deals less damage. That's honestly an elegy diff. But also, my Arlecchino is better than top 4%, if I remember correctly. No, she's not. She's like 5%. I'm confusing her with someone else. So, shoot me your UID right now. Century of Tears. I have 3 of the same Arlecchino artifacts. One has Pyro as main stat, and attack plus HP, and EM as substats. One has attack with crit and ER. One has defense as main stat, but crit and attack as substats. Which one is the best? So, okay, definitely not the one with defense main stat. I'm new to the game, so I'm not sure which one is better. Wouldn't the pyro damage be better? Generally, the pyro damage will be better, but if you have much better substats on your attack percent main stat, the attack percent main stat can be better. Alright, let's take a look at your profile. Alright, your Arlecchino. Oh, this is only in the... I have to... How do I find a new thing on Akasha? It's not here. I'll just do it through Enka, whatever. I can't be bothered. Alright. So... Your top 4%, compared to mine, you have similar, a little bit more attack, a bit more, or a bit less crit damage in exchange. Should be more or less, and I also have a little bit, yeah, so you have, what, 20-ish less crit damage, but in exchange you have like 100-ish more attack. My build is like... just on like the crit numbers itself, I mean, it's very similar, because I also have a bit more EM, right? But if you look at the actual numbers on this top percent, right? You're top 3.8%, I'm top 5.5, but the actual numbers on the combo here is 1.3 mil for me, and 1.3 mil for you, right? 1.317 versus 1.333. The actual difference between those two is 1%, right? Your build gives you 1% more damage. That's less than 1 substat. Elegy gives 100 EM and 20% attack. Also, important to remember, the biggest number on Whimsy will be smaller than on Glad. On Whimsy, your first normal attack only has 1 stack, and that's your biggest number in your Arlecchino rotation. Whimsy is a better set, but the screenshot numbers on the first number will be smaller. Because the first attack only has the stack of Whimsy from gaining the Bond of Life. And the second has the additional stack from your first attack, and the third has all 3 stacks. Your second reaction will be fully stacked. And starting on your third attack, you'll be fully stacked, but the first one doesn't. Which means that on that very first attack only, the difference in our builds, right? You have about 1% more DPS, but you have like 17% less damage, right? Is that it? It's 18 per stack, right? I think. Yeah. You have 17% less damage because I have the full glide and you have 1 stack Whimsy. You have 100 less EM because I have Elegy and you don't. And you have 20% less attack because I have Elegy and you don't. And that's before looking at Bennett weapon, which you might also not have. Also, my Bennett right now is on Instructor, not on Noblesse, which is also going to increase that biggest number. If I really wanted to try hard, I'd have my Yelan on Noblesse as well. Right? Because this is a team where Yelan's personal damage is a pretty insignificant portion of the team DPS. Because she has to build a lot of ER in solo Hydro. And so losing the damage from not going Emblem is actually not that big of a deal. Elegy is the strongest part of the first 3 Archons. I disagree with that. I think Dragon's Bane is the strongest part of the first 3 Archons, okay? EM Raiden, my goat. But is Bennett weapon a big deal as well if I can't get any other weapon other than the ones with 565 base attack? I mean, that's also a difference, right? But it's also important to, like, realize, if you look at what I just did, right? I had, like, 20 seconds to spare to kill the Swanee before the second Hydro Infusion phase. So, it's really not, like, you need to have all those, like, additional pieces. But they will make you do more damage. Fjord lurking in the corner. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, alright? Fjord is a great weapon. Unironically, Wait, actually, I'm curious. How would I rank the Battle Pass weapons now? Maybe I should make a Battle Pass weapon tier list. Battle Pass tier list Genshin. Tier maker. Okay. As usual, chat, don't spend money on this shit game, alright? I don't want you guys to, like, see this and be like, oh my god, the Battle Pass weapons are so worth it, I should get them. If you really want a weapon to improve your characters, as much as it pains me to say so, most of the time, if you have the spare primos, you're better off going on the weapon banner than getting a Battle Pass weapon. This is just for people that are already buying the Battle Pass. This gives you more of a reason not to go for the weapon banner. So, first, let's talk about the Battle Pass weapons that are actually good, right? So we have Sacrificial Jade, we have Ballad of the Fjords, and we have Serpent Spine, okay? These are the actual good weapons. But they each have their problems, right? Sacrificial Jade is only useful on a relatively small portion of the cast, and even on the characters on which it is useful, you often end up really struggling not to overcap your crit. What makes Sacrificial Jade so good is that the passive gives you an insane amount of HP percent, so it's great on HP scalers. And then on top of that, it's a low base attack weapon with a high substat. And on characters that don't scale with attack, that's the stat line you want. You want low base attack, high substat. The problem is that the substat it gives you is crit rate, and crit rate on the characters that are catalysts and HP scalers tends to be really easy to get, right? HP scaling characters that do damage, so they would want Sac Jade, and are allowed to crit, are Molani and Neuvillette. That's it. Right? Molani's best set is Codex. Neuvillette's best set is Maréchal C. Which means that on both of them, you are getting Omega crit rate. Even at the very start. On top of that, Molani's Ascension stat is also crit rate. You literally start above 100 crit rate with 0 crit rate substats if you're using Sacrificial Jade on Molani. And despite that, it's still often her best weapon after Signature. Just because, as it turns out, it gives a lot of fucking HP. The biggest downside to Sacrificial Jade is a mix of that, right? The fact you can overcap HP easily, with the fact that a lot of the value from Sac Jade is something you get from refines. It is arguably the Battle Pass weapon that benefits the most from refinement. Where is it? Right? On the refinements, you gain, well, this effect doubles, which means that from R1 to R5, you get 32% HP and 40 EM. The other potential downside to Sacrificial Jade is that arguably the best 4-star weapon available on the standard banner for carries is a catalyst. Widsith is a weapon that is very powerful, and its existence makes Sacrificial Jade something you want a little bit less. On top of that, Widsith gives crit damage, not crit rate, which makes it generally much easier to build around on those carries. However, Widsith gives attack percent, or has a chance to give attack percent, which isn't as good on those HP scalers. When you manage to build around the Sac Jade issues and you take full advantage of it, so for example, if you are playing a Neuvillette team, and especially a Neuvillette team with Shengling, where you're doing an okay-ish amount of forward vapes and the EM on Sac Jade is not wasted, Sacrificial Jade at High Refine is so good it competes with his signature. On top of that, even in teams that don't react, generally, the teams that don't react are teams where you use Farina, and with Farina, your ER requirements on Neuvillette are much lower. And with much lower ER requirements, the energy restoration from Neuvillette's signature is a lot less valuable, which means that, effectively, this part of the passive doesn't really matter anymore. Which means that in those Farina teams as well, Sacrificial Jade at High Refine is really not far behind Tome of Eternal Flow. Assuming you don't overcap your crit with it. That's actually part of why... I mean, it's far from the only factor, don't get me wrong. But it's part of why Neuvillette is, like, such a popular unit. It's because for Battle Pass buyers, you get close to C0 R1 performance without having to get the R1. In a good amount of his teams. Not in all of them, right? There are some teams where the signature matters more. And technically, even if the ER isn't necessary, it does still make things more comfortable. But yeah. Next, Serpent Spine. Serpent Spine is a weapon that is held back by players' impatience. It is not difficult to maintain your Serpent Spine stacks. As it turns out, generally, enemies don't hit you very often. Enemies tend to hit you hard more so than they hit you often. There's a few exceptions here and there, but generally, you don't really lose Serpent Spine stacks that fast, even if you don't have a shield and get hit by incoming attacks. The problem with Serpent Spine is getting those stacks to begin with. You can pre-stack Serpent Spine in Abyss, but most people find that to be a pain in the ass. That's the biggest issue with Serpent Spine. Is that it is a good weapon, it's a great stat stick, and on a bunch of characters, it's competitive with the with the 5 stars. When it comes to, I guess a good way to realize how good Serpent Spine is to realize that, is to look at what people do for speedruns. When it comes to speedruns, generally, speedruns are separated in different categories based on the amount of 5 stars you have on your team. They use the cost system, which is basically every limited 5-star pull adds 1 cost to your team. That includes base 5-star characters, signature weapons, and constellations. That means that a C0 R0 team like this would be a 4-cost team. If you were to replace this Kazuha with Lanyan, it would be a 3-cost team. If you were to get Nevilet's signature, it would be a 5-cost team. And standard 5-star weapons count for half a cost. When you look at low-cost speedruns, so speedruns that use a relatively low amount of 5-star characters, pretty much every time a Claymore character is used, they're given Serpent Spine. Because when it comes to speedruns with a stacked Serpent Spine, if you're willing to wait out the stacks before starting the chamber, Serpent Spine is competitive with the signature options very often. It's generally still behind them, but High Refined Serpent Spine is competitive at the very least. There are some characters on which it's even better, the ones that don't have signature. Right now, very low-cost speedrunning is kind of dominated by Molani, but Sitlali has made it so that Molani mainly because getting Molani plus her C1 and or her R1, so with like 2 to 3 cost, you can do fucking bullshit like this, and then you're still gonna one-shot the enemies. But Silali's release has given us more low-cost speedrunning options with Gaming. Yeah, there's also C2R0 with Witsith, but resetting for Witsith RNG dies of cringe. But yeah. With teams like this or Double Cryo. But a good reason why these low-cost speedrunning work so well is because, well, obviously the teams are very good, but also Serpent Spine is such a powerful weapon that it emulates the performance of a 5-star weapon without costing you a 5-star slot for those speedrunning regulations. I generally don't talk too much about speedrunning on my channel, but I'm a Gaming salesman now, so fuck it, dude. Fuck it, dude. Yeah, if you have any questions related to speedrunning, check out Jamie. Mods, if you can give a shout out to Jamie. But yeah, this isn't going to be a video on the channel, but I'm assuming Zajef Daily is going to probably make a video out of this, so Zajef Daily, you better shout out Jamie. Put a link to his channel on the both YouTube and Twitch in the description and or comments. Begging. Anyways, and then Ballad of the Fjords is just kind of goated as well. And it's another weapon, just like Serpent Spine, that kind of got a nice little boost from Sitlali's release, right? The biggest issue with Ballad of the Fjords when it came out, right? These weapons came out at the start of Fontaine. Was that there weren't too many characters that actually wanted it. It was pretty much just Hu Tao. Because if you look at Polearm characters that actually care about EM and crit, Changling, but the catch exists, and the catch is so fucking broken. Hu Tao, yeah. Rosaria and Melt teams where she's melting, but those were never all that great. And that's kind of it when Ballad of the Fjords came out. technically, at R5 it gives more EM than Dragon's Bane, so it was best in slot for EM Raiden, but it's like 19 more EM for 50 bucks. That's no. Yeah, I guess Sino as well, but like sure. Everyone forgot about Sino, let's be honest. Anyways, then, right? Arlecchino came out, and there was a bit more of a reason to get Fjords because now it was good on both Hu Tao and Arlecchino. The problem is that Arlecchino doesn't gain as much from EM as other reaction carries do. Because she doesn't vape that much of her damage. By default, she vapes about a third of her damage. Her normal attacks don't have timing with ICD that allows them to react a large portion of them. Reactions are powerful enough that even if you only vape about a third of your damage, that's still pretty good. But significant nonetheless. Well, Citlali coming out and making Melt Arlecchino better also increases the value of that EM, right? If you're reacting a third of your damage, once it's gotten reacted, right? Reacted, unreacted. This is pre-react, post-react. If you're vaping it with Pyro, well, that third of your damage is increased, and the rest of your damage isn't, so it's actually about a little bit over 40%. But if instead of vaping you're melting, it's actually half instead. Which means that the EM from Ballad of the Fjords is now affecting a larger portion of your damage. Which makes it better. The biggest issue with Ballad of the Fjords is that the passive is so good, and that a lot of the value from it comes from that passive. Kind of like Sacrificial Jade. Which makes it so that there's a pretty big difference between having it at R1 and having it at R5. At R1, it tends to be a minor upgrade, if an upgrade at all, over the other options. Whereas at R5, it's actually pretty good. And then it also has some minor issues with the having 3 elements requirement. That doesn't tend to be that big of a deal, but there are teams where it matters. Lately, I've been... I mean, okay, first we can talk about in the Hu Tao teams. Hu Tao teams nowadays tend to like using Farina because Hu Tao doesn't have a good artifact set, and Farina allows you to use Maréchal C. But Farina is not enough Hydro by herself to let your Hu Tao properly vape her damage, so you kind of have to do double Hydro, which means your last slot needs to not be Hydro or Pyro in order to proc the Ballad of the Fjords passive. Otherwise, you just don't get the passive, and it's obviously a dogshit weapon without a passive. Now, for the best Hu Tao teams, the ones that generally use either Xilonen or Xianyun in this last slot, it's a trivial requirement. But if you don't have Xilonen or Xianyun, the best option here is actually generally going to be Bennett. Just because Bennett is too broken, even on a character like Hu Tao that gets a lot of attack through her HP conversion. Bennett is so broken that he's still kind of your best option here if you don't have Xianyun or Xilonen. And if this is what you're doing, Ballad of the Fjords won't activate. Which means that Ballad of the Fjords can't work for something like this. Jean. The problem with Jean is that she's just a lot worse than Bennett. You'll get a bit more fanfare, and you'll get Hydro VV, but Bennett is so good that it's not better. Bennett is just too good, okay? It just is what it is, man. But yeah, and then for Arlecchino, generally it's not too big of a deal. In the reaction teams with Arlecchino, you always want to use Bennett, and then if you're using Citlali, either Shiloden or an Animo option are good here. That being said, a second Cryo is also a good option, right? The most popular ones generally being Rosaria and Diona. If that's what you're doing, Fjords doesn't activate. And then finally, in Vape, Arlecchino, I'd say that the most popular Vape Arlecchino team is probably this. Or this with an Animo. If that's what you're doing, Ballad of the Fjords will be fine. But if you're using an Animo here, the setups tend to be kind of a pain in the ass. And in my experience, this is actually kind of good. Lately, I've warmed up a lot to Vape Arlecchino. Not because Vape Arlecchino is better with the pre-existing assumptions that I had before, but rather because charge attack combos with Arlecchino are better than I gave them credit for. They really piss me off because Arlecchino's charge attack is so bad. But the idea behind using charge attack Arlecchino is that while her charge attack is bad, it doesn't have ICD, which means that assuming you have enough application, it will always react. And a reacted charge attack is generally similar damage to an unreacted normal attack. But then on top of that, spending your uptime in between your attacks with charge attacks instead of normal attacks actually gives you more favorable reaction mapping. You end up getting more reaction on your normal attacks, which means that you're losing unreacted normal attacks and you're gaining reacted normal attacks. And then on top of that, the charge attacks you're doing don't consume Bond of Life, which means that you end up getting higher Bond of Life throughout your rotation, and starting your next rotation with higher Bond of Life. All of those things together are enough to make Vape Arlecchino a bit less bad than I mean, it's not that it was ever bad, but a lot more competitive with the other archetypes than I used to give it credit for. But it's cringe. You consume a lot more stamina using charge attack combos. You have less ifrays because you're using your stamina for charge attacks instead of dashes. If you're not doing double Hydro, if you're doing solo Hydro, especially with Yelan, the charge attack combos honestly are not reliable at all. You can do in 3C with Yelan and it's fine, but it just fucking dies in multi-wave. With Singto, you're generally fine, even with Entussi. N2C, but Entussi. But honestly, the one I've been liking the most for Vape Yelan lately has just been double Hydro with Entussi. It's a bit hard to show it properly on the first side of this Abyss because it's AoE and cringe. But I'll show you. I'll show you the second side. Close your eyes for the first side. And YouTube if Zajef Daily ends up posting this, because this is what I've been doing lately when I want to test second side. This is what I've been doing on first side. And I don't think it's good for anyone's eyes to see this.
Seize the sky. One with wind and cloud.
pretty sure my Singso is on fucking Iron Sting, which is obviously not it.
Let me weave you a verse. Know my soul.
No, he's not. He's on 5. I was blind. As you can see, the unreacted normal attacks are doing about as much damage as the reacted charge attacks. Oops.
Witness the power. Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now. Everybody stand back. Let's light it.
And we end up being able to attack for a much longer period of time because it takes longer to reduce our bond of life because we do normal attacks slower. It feels wrong, but it also kind of feels good to play. Honestly, the thing that feels the worst is that because it's such a stamina heavy combo, you really can't do dashes on your supports, otherwise you're not going to regenerate your stamina fast enough. And not being able to dash cancel Singso's E is always a pain in the ass. It's annoying in Hu Tao teams. It's going to be annoying if you do Entasi or Arlecchino as well. Anyways, but yeah, as it turns out, because of the way that the reaction timing lines up, right, with ICD rules, usually with normal attack Arlecchino, you get your N1, N2, N3, and you repeat that, right? Or you do N1, N2, N3, N4, N5, but it's kind of, because the N4 is a double hit, it ends up being around the similar timings, right? The first hit will react, so you get a vape here, then nothing here and nothing here, and then the fourth hit will react again. And then this happens at like 2.4 seconds-ish, which means that you then get a time rule reset, and then this just keeps repeating, right? Which means you end up getting one normal attack reacted per N3. If you do Entasi instead, right? This hit will vape. The N2 won't. The charge attack, because it has no ICD, will also vape. Then the N1 here happens before, or it's the third hit, so it doesn't react, but the N2 here does. And then the charge attack vapes again. And then it's been 2.5 seconds, so the next N1 will vape again, and it just repeats like this. So instead of getting 2 vape normal attacks per attack string, you get 2 vape normal attacks per attack string and 2 vape charge attacks, so you don't lose vapes. But you don't lose vapes on normal attacks, but you gain vapes on charge attacks. But also, in terms of how much bond of life you have, this attack is the equivalent of the one that happens is the equivalent of the one that happens here if you do normal attack combos, right? This is your 5th normal attack, so it's the one that's lost bond of life 4 times. And so this vape will hit harder than this vape would.
One more day off and knock out the rest of the work once.
Because you have more bond of life. Anyways, this shit pisses me off, okay? I truly do hate it so much, okay? But it is actually good. And as long as you're using Singto, it is also actually practical. I don't think it's practical without Singto. I don't think Yelan is enough Hydro for it to be consistent. And without Singto resistance to interruption, not having the dashes for iframes is like way too painful. So, in my eyes, this is not a combo you should do if you're not using Singto. But it does make using Sing So with Yelan feel a lot less bad. I would even go so far as to say it makes it feel good. Sorry. Yeah. I'm back to being a Sing So glazer. Okay, what do you want me to say, man? I could never be gone for long. All right, what do you want from me? Anyways, we can talk about the other weapons now. So, the main reason why these weapons are above the other ones for me is because they actually are sometimes competitive, or at least not that far behind the 5-star options. In some situations. But they're also just decent stat sticks in general. Below that is going to be the weapons that are decent stat sticks, but not quite so good that they can sometimes compete with the 5-stars. So, Deathmatch, Wolffang, I guess. They're just pretty good stat sticks. The problem with Wolffang is it's not all that versatile. It doesn't work on a bunch of different characters. So I don't know how I feel about it being here, but it is good enough. I think I would put it there. Then there's Viridescent Hunt, which is kind of hard to evaluate. I've really enjoyed using Viridescent Hunt lately because they have, for the past few Abysses, they very often had a few enemies that start off relatively close together, but that are kind of cringe to keep grouped. Last Abyss, it was like the three Saurian wave into a boss. This Abyss, it's the Eremites. And Viridescent Hunt actually works as pseudo-grouping in a lot of teams that helps you keep them grouped to do your damage before they ungroup themselves. It's something that's really noticeable in Overload teams especially, because Overload teams without this, well, they overload. I know, what a fucking surprise. But as you can see, right, we can... Still not perfect grouping, because, I mean, we're still getting overload. It is what it is. But it's a lot better... than not having any. And unironically, in situations where Viridescent Hunt's grouping helps you keep enemies grouped, it's often actually going to be a bigger upgrade to your clear time than getting a signature weapon on your carry. But those situations don't happen all the time. So it's a very... It's very difficult to properly evaluate Viridescent Hunt. If they keep doing what they've been doing lately, I'd say it deserves to be here, but otherwise it would probably be here. For now, I'll put it here, and we move on. Next up, we have the... like, very specific weapons that are okay, but not that great on anyone, or the characters on which it's good are not that great themselves. The Black Swords and whatever the fuck the name of this weapon is, I don't remember. And then Solar Pearl is just... It's not like the stats it gives are bad, it's just they're also not great. And a lot of the characters that could benefit from the normal attack passive, like the normal attack damage, on Solar Pearl, can't get good uptime on it because they don't hit enemies with skill and burst very often. It's pretty much something you only really use on Wanderer, but Wanderer doesn't get good uptime on it because his uptime is longer than 6 seconds. So it's kind of tragic. But, yeah, and I'm not talking about Talking Stick. Talking Stick is just ass. Don't use it. Serpent Spine deserves its own tier, by the way. I don't know. To me, it has similar issues. It's just too cringe to wait, man. And like, realistically, Sack Jade in its best case scenario is much better than Serpent Spine. So I don't think it deserves its own tier. But Sack Jade, Serpent Spine, and Fjords all have their, like, kind of clunk. But if you work around it, they're all really nice. Save $100 on every Claymore in the game, but wait 25 seconds? I mean... It's not like R1 Serpent Spine is that much better than Mailed Flower on Mawika, let's be honest. If you don't wait, it's worse. Limited event weapon plus male in name. Okay. You got me. Caught. You got me. There is male in the name. That's kind of fucked up. Nick, by the way, okay, I need your thoughts on this, okay? I'm actually starting to like Entesi Arlecchino more and more. How does that make you feel? People leave. Okay, cool. Did you do Balatro duel? I haven't done any of the dailies today. You want to join? Call you. Yeah, but gotta save Wordle. Oh, okay.
Whoa!
Tuh, what's up?
Not much. I'm home.
Hi, home.
Finally.
I'm Zajef. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Zajef. Nice to meet you. Dude, you trying to send a thing?
Before that, you need to watch an Entesi clear.
I've heard of the Entesi. I saw a Bill Choi tweet.
Yeah, I saw that tweet too.
I hate combos like this though, cause when they're good, cause then it's like plus a minute in the
Yep.
guide that no one's gonna watch.
Okay, but unironically, it's good.
Yeah, but like,
Sorry, I'm giving you more work.
I'm not talking about
Oh,
Entesi.
also, what do you think about the team I've been doing on my first side when I want to test stuff second side?
Wait, what was I wasn't looking?
It's the best plunge team around.
Oh, okay. What the fuck is this?
Strike cloud confirmed. Wind strike.
Viredescent Hot was my first video. This guy's still using it. I thought Entussi was like a GC sim ass fucking rotation. Is it
It
real?
is for Yelan, but it's not for Singso.
Okay, yeah, that's not worth a guide segment. That's a Zajef video.
Okay, dude. I will not tolerate this Singso slander.
Yeah, I love Sing Cho, but everybody like, I don't know, Yelan's just Yelan. I like that she rolls a dice. I was thinking about this earlier because a lot of stuff is like not random. She actually has a random dice roll.
True! There's not enough random stuff in this gacha game. I need more gambling! I need more gambling!
You should be able to give your primos to Yelan, and then if it rolls a 6, you double them, and if not, you lose them all.
Anyways, watch the end Tessie.
Watching.
Here comes the catch. Everybody stand back. Let's light it.
Wait, do you need double Hydra for this? Or is it just for fun?
You can do it with Singso, but I've been liking double Hydro more.
Are you doing 50k? Okay. There's the 100.
Overrule. Body witness the power. Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey. Teamwork is
Yo, no disrespect, my Diluc does more. Alright. Wait, why is only like your 5th hit 150? Why is your first one so shit?
Because I haven't critted a single time yet.
rain outlines your fate.
80% crit rate, by the way.
Game's
I can't.
fun so far. Going in. Let's light it up.
There we go.
Dude, you can play Vape Bennett, it'll do more.
I cleared in like,
Yeah, that was still fast. It was
that
just
was
funny
like
that you weren't.
2.2 rotations.
That's crazy. You think for after playing Genshin for 4 years, I'd be able to tell what's not a crit? It's hard when you vape and crit though.
Yeah, it's really annoying, like, trying to like, map reactions when you don't have 100% crit rate.
Yeah.
Hi,
Fucking
Jamie.
annoying.
How do you do, Jamie?
Fucking hate that guy.
Jamie, help me convince people that the Entussi is real.
Seize the sky.
I need your help.
Doesn't Jamie play Klee?
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. That's kind of
Sorry,
fucked
sorry.
up. You can't be saying that.
Sorry.
You can't be saying that, man.
Okay, sorry. No disrespect. No disrespect. Tuh.
Make way for the cut. Clouds high.
No, this second half team is crazy.
You're right, actually. This is not an Entussi showcase. This is a fucking
Dude.
taser
You've been getting
plunge
pyro
showcase.
swirls from the fucking hilly trail.
Yes.
Odds reveal that.
As one with wind and cloud.
I think every Abyss should be like this, but harder. Because it's nice to have like a half where you can AoE stuff.
I don't know if it should be harder, dude. Like,
Well,
I'm
this
gonna
is
be
kinda-
honest, I have played this with, like, on accounts that don't have the best AoE teams, okay?
Yeah, well, that's skill issue for pulling Yoimiya Hutao, buddy. Get ready to fucking learn. Never mind. But yeah, I mean, I guess.
I honestly,
I think-
maybe I just fucking died of cringe too much from the level 80 Animo units.
What do you mean? Wait. Oh, yeah. That swirl will do no damage.
Okay.
Witness the power. Here comes the catch. Quietly now. Everybody stand back.
45k. Pog. Got 200k plunge. Never mind.
No, my sword.
No, my Fav hadn't proc on the last rotation.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
I was gonna say charge hacking's cringe, but honestly, the most cringe thing with Arlecchino is when you have to dash cancel your fucking charge attack, like not get the hit with like Sit Lolly.
True.
Because if you have signature, you have to do a physical charge attack. I can't. Damn, you kind of glorped.
I did glorp. I walked forward like an idiot.
What are you doing?
I walked forward like an idiot so they didn't group.
They didn't glorp. Wait, let him glorp is good. I gotta add that. What's the point of it though? Like, what does let him glorp mean?
It's to make sure that people are allowed to glorp freely and without restrictions.
You should add a wide glorp
Why?
so that people can get banned for glorping.
That's a good point, actually. That would justify let him glorp, you're right. Oops, I did not mean to do a charge attack there, but it's fine.
I thought you were just doing like one half. You're doing the full abyss?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I'm only looking at one half, but not one chamber.
Yeah, I meant one
Oops,
chamber.
that's not what I
yeah.
meant to do. I don't need this Marina Burst again. Let's be honest, Marina's Burst isn't doing shit on this team. All my damage is swirl.
I can't. Oh, I finished season 1 Apothecary Diaries, by the way. Or I'm on the last episode. It's good.
Oh no, my energy.
Fine. Good thing. Dude, Arlecchino generating 5 particles instantly is like the best thing
Okay,
ever.
dude.
You're terrible.
Dude!
And to see more like I can't to see.
That's not an Entussi problem though.
I know, you just like yeah, this is a skill issue.
Why did she go behind him, man? Whatever.
You don't need to do another clear, bro. No
Yes,
one's
I
no
do.
one's like bro.
I need to show
everyone-
it to you in all of its glory. All of its glorpy.
Wait, dude, I thought of something earlier. Let me know what you think. Honkai Senat.
Wow, that was so funny.
Dude, I saw you try not to laugh in real time.
You're right. But it wasn't like a laughing with you type beat, I'm gonna be honest.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh no, they're being cringe.
I have work to do. I'm watching this guy struggle against Ruined
Dude,
Drakes.
what are they
Oh.
doing, man? I actually think these guys hate me. They're like socially distancing away.
What if they have COVID?
They don't have COVID.
Did you test them?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Let's not get dog shit RNG this time. We're also gonna book.
Okay, this guy is crazy. Bro, now you have no stamina and you have no shielder. Isn't that like cringe?
Yes.
So why are you doing it?
Why not?
I don't know. I mean, it's cringe.
did that hit? Whatever.
Laid bare.
Let me weave you a verse. Huh? Here comes the cash. Huh. Going in. Let's light it up. Rain.
Okay, well, I achieved
I
this
got
the
dog
worst
shit
Arlecchino
crit
gameplay
RNG,
I've
man.
ever seen.
What?
Nothing. We're just flaming the gameplay. You end with the burst cinema. Oh, too late. Oh, you died.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
What do you want, man? I can't dodge once it's challenge completed.
That's crazy.
I mean, dog shit crit RNG. It is what it is, man. I don't know why whenever I play this team, I don't crit a single one of my vapes. I have 80% crit rate. It's the same crit rate as when I play Melt. And when I play Melt, it's like normal RNG.
Just put the white tassel in the bag. Nobody likes... Dude, J-Spear's ugly on her.
Oh! I can't wait for that fucking 1.3% more crit rate to make that difference.
Your face cam's blocking it, so technically I could say it's 50 crit rate. You just don't know.
True. What about Crescent Pike?
Wait,
That's 60
Fav
crit
kind of
rate.
matches her. No?
I mean, it's definitely a halberd angle, but sure.
Halberd.
Okay, let's do the duels.
Okay, but I can't do Wordle or Genshin Duel.
That's fine. We can do... Let's start with...
Worst to best? Balatro Duel?
Worst to best, we gotta start with the fucking...
GG.
Contexto. Oh yeah. Okay, we're not doing Cemental. No, thank you.
The context though.
You want to do the connections? I don't really do the connect. Did you do the connections the day I told you to do it?
I was like, oh, I'll do it on stream, and then I fell asleep. But I can go back
Dude.
in time and see what it was.
Dude, it was so good.
Everyone was like, I have to do yesterday's Wordle, and I didn't do it. So I'll try to go back in time.
Okay. Let me wait. Let me share my screen as well.
Okay.
Pickle, grate, milk, tea, jam, scrape, can, butter, grind, beans, syrup, ferment, lament, freeze, guts, hot sauce, Nash.
Just put the Nash in the Nashville, bro.
Okay, dude. Freeze? Things that don't work against bosses.
Wait, for sure there's great grind and then others. Maybe like jam or some
What do
shit.
you mean? Great grind.
Like you grate cheese, you grind.
Oh,
like
I thought you said like I didn't
no.
didn't realize that great was here, and I thought it was great like the other great, and I thought that you were talking about like an amazing grind. And I was like, what are you talking about?
can't.
Great grind.
Nash?
Scrape.
I don't know what Nash means, but I feel like it's probably. If it sounds like mash, go with
Maybe.
a nya.
Maybe. I don't know what Nash means either. Okay, cool.
Sheesh.
Rub together. Oh, you want a Nash? Sorry.
Okay, what?
Sorry. My bad. My bad. I'm sorry. That
Wait.
was yeah, my bad.
Things you have with sirop d'érable: beans, syrup, butter, like maple butter. No. Milk, jam, pickle.
What if it's like things in an English
Jar.
breakfast?
Oh. Yeah, it could be. Or things
Do
in
they
a
have
jar, pickle
pickles?
jar. No.
Like I've given up trying to understand British cuisine long ago, so I don't know.
No, but they have tea, which is bottom right, and beans. Milk. Don't they have beans though on toast? Things you can put on toast.
Oh,
Beans,
shit.
jam, butter. Wait.
Wait,
I don't know the last one though. Wait, there's also
syrup?
hot sauce.
Maybe
Syrup on toast?
French toast.
Oh, you
Ooh.
cooked.
I did cook. Oh, one away. Fuck.
Wait, you ferment, you pickle, you jam. Things you can do with like things.
Oh yeah. Wait. No, I see where you're going with this.
And you
Wait,
There's
wait,
also
ways,
freeze.
ways to preserve food longer. Ferment, pickle, can, freeze.
Freeze. Oh my cinema.
Easy
Oh
clap!
my cinema.
Okay. We tried butter, beans, syrup, jam, and it was 1 away.
Syrup, jam, beans, butter.
Maybe it's like
I mean,
just condiments, like this. Then milk, beans,
Well,
guts.
butter's not a
What the
fucking
fuck?
condiment, bro.
Hmm?
Butter's not a condiment.
Is butter not a condiment?
Who's putting butter on their fucking? Hell yeah, brother! I need
I mean, you
butter
put butter
on, my
on
burger.
corn.
Yeah, but it's like a top. I mean, I guess it's not really a condiment though. Guts. Oh, spilled guts. Spill the beans.
Spilled milk, spilled tea.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it
Oh
was
my
butter.
cinema.
I told you. Ha! Get
Cinema.
fucked. It is a condiment.
Cinema.
It is a condiment. Holy.
Oh my god.
Holy. Damn. Easy connections.
Put the bag in the bag.
Alright, let's do the Balach Rodol.
down.
We gotta start with
Let's
the
do
Wii.
Lusty Joker.
You wanna
Okay.
start with Lusty?
Yeah.
Fine. Okay. It's higher than $5. It doesn't give molt. It's not scaling and it's not RNG. Okay. Should we try an uncommon or a rare? What do you want?
What if we just do the uncommon, like the diamond money Joker? Rough jam.
Rough jam, yeah. Sure, that costs $7.
Okay.
Yellow, does that mean we're 1 away? Probably, right?
It's not an uncommon, it's a rare.
Yeah,
then.
it's an 8 cost rare that doesn't give plus molt. It could be times molt.
Obelisk?
I think Obelisk would count as scaling.
Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right.
Like, I
Maybe
think
just, like,
scaling
like the
means that the
straight one.
number on the Joker, like when you hover over it, goes up.
Yeah. It could be the straight one, like X3 mult when you have a straight.
Oh yeah.
The tribe. That's flush.
Is that
but,
yeah? No, yeah.
but it could still be that one. Like it's one of them.
The order, I think.
Le duo.
I think it's the order. I like going for the straight one.
I'm down.
Wait,
what?
I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry, chat. I
Go
didn't
for the
mean.
flush one. Go for the flush one.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Wait, what's the flush one
tribe.
called? It's the tribe. Okay.
Oh.
It's not times molt. What if it's DNA?
Yeah, could be DNA. Dunno.
It's not Duna.
Okay. What if it's?
Okay, what's left? Chips, maybe? Are there non-scaling rare chips jokers?
Oh yeah, the stuntman.
What's Stuntman again?
The guy with the helmet that's like plus
Oh,
250 chips.
but that's $7, no?
I didn't know rare
It
should be
doesn't
7.
cost 8.
Really?
It's the
You can have
cheapest
a-
one. I'm pretty sure.
I didn't know you could have a 7 rare.
What other effects even are there?
I mean, you could just send it, but if you want to look at rares, let's see. There's. I don't know.
I mean, I'll try Wii. I think it would count
Wii.
as scaling, but at least it'll tell us if it's chips. It's not chips. Okay. Dude, what the fuck is left, even? It's not plus molt, it's not economy, it's not times molt, it's not
Wait.
creation, it's not chips.
Oh yeah.
What the hell is it?
Yeah, it can't be like Baron or anything.
What does Invisible Joker count as? Would it be creation or something else? I'll try
Oh,
Invisible
maybe it's
Joker.
something else.
It's creation. The fuck is left?
I don't know. Is hit the Rojak X mult?
It is. And it might count as scaling as well. Because the number goes up on it.
What does blueprint? Blueprint cost 10, right? Right?
Is hack rare or uncommon? It's uncommon.
Does blueprint cost 10?
Yeah, it does. Actually, I'm not sure. I think it does. I'm pretty sure it does. I know Brainstorm costs 10.
Oh no, never mind. That's X malts. Like I was thinking of like.
Dude, what's even left?
Fuck it, send blueprint. No, I can't.
No, I know it's 10. I'm actually sure it's
I
10.
know. Yeah, I know too. But like, what if we're dumb?
Driver's
Oh, the guy, the guy when you have $4 or less to make a tarot card, unless that's creation.
Vagabond.
But
Yeah, that
is
might
that
be creation.
Fuck, but like,
It is
come on,
creation.
bro.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Okay, should we just open the wiki and look at the rare jokers?
No, we got this, bro. We got this. So Baron is X malt.
There's only 20 rare jokers in the game. It can't be driver's license, because that's times mult.
Yeah.
We've already tried Invisible Joker. It can't be Brainstorm because that costs 10. It
Gunman
can't
is
be
chips.
any of the like conditional times mold here because it's times mold. Maybe it's Hit the Road. I don't fucking know.
I don't have that unlocked, so I don't know what it does.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. Yeah. So it's not Hit the Road either.
So are we sure it's no? Obelisk is X malt. Yeah, it can't be.
What's Seeing Double again?
Isn't that the two trèfle?
Right.
The club
That's uncommon, right? It can't be Wii. Not Blueprint.
What's the idol? I remember.
It's the specific, like, random card times 2. It's
Oh,
uncommon anyways.
Yeah, I remember. Damn.
It's not Campfire. Campfire is times mold.
Yep. Ancient Joker can't be.
Yeah, because that's times mold as well. But the Joker itself doesn't give you times mold. It makes your card gives you time mold. So maybe it's Ancient Joker.
Fuck it, bro.
Let's give it a shot. No, okay.
No,
That's not how that works. Okay.
Dude, this is cooked. This is
Dude,
fucked.
what the fuck could it be?
Scroll up. It's none of these.
What's flashcard again?
It's the when you reroll plus $2, no, or plus 2 malt, whatever.
Oh, right. Baseball card. It
That's
makes
X-Malt.
other things give you times mold. Like at this point, I don't know what it is. So
Yeah, but look at that's the same as Ancient Joker, but you can send it. But I don't think it's that. Yeah.
They got
Okay.
away with it. Cards. Dude, I don't know.
We try to pull up the wiki.
You just look at chat and ask chat for help. We can look at the wiki.
List of Jokers. All right, filter that shit. No.
No, 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 no.
Oh my god,
It's
this
literally
fucking
the
idiot.
only.
We didn't even see it in the list.
Where the fuck is Burnt Joker in here?
Bro, fuck Burnt Joker.
I
All my
agree. All my homies hate Burnt Joker. You know, my favorite Joker has changed lately.
It's not we.
Not anymore, no. Yeah, it's actually just hidden. Like it's not anywhere, dude. What
Bro,
the fuck?
what?
Oh, it's here.
Oh.
My favorite Joker's
Alright.
Cola now. I love Cola.
Okay, but that's not even a Joker. It's just a double tag.
Yeah, but it's so fucking pog, man. I feel like
Oh.
at some point you get an endless run where you have like 17 double tags that give you like 18 negative Jokers or like all the vouchers in one shop. And you're like, man, I love Cola. I fucking love Cola.
I still like Gros Michel.
True. True.
All right.
All right.
Okay, send it. I gotta eat after this. Connections. Oh, we did it.
Yeah.
Yo, thoughts on Contexto?
I don't really want to do the context. I've never liked the Contexto that much, honestly.
That's fucked up, bro.
Yeah, I know. What duel do you want to do then? You want to do the Genshin Redact? I've kind of phased out the Genshin Redact.
Could bring back. You could also do Bandle.
No.
It's a song, one instrument at a time.
I don't want to do it.
You don't want to do anything.
A blank is the blank. Should the length of the article title be hidden? Okay, that's fucked up. They can't be doing that. This is not a character from Natlan, because there doesn't seem to be an ancient name.
Yaksha. No. Fatui. No. A chef. No. It's so weird. Something?
Yeah, why
Dash
does it start with
something. I don't know.
Honestly, fuck it. I don't like the Genshin Redact anymore. I died of cringe. Because the thing about the Genshin Redact is that it's always doable in one.
Okay. Hear me out.
Hearing you out.
Pokedoku.
We can do the Pokedoku.
That's so funny.
Okay.
Who the fuck is Lore Keeper Toby, bro?
Normal legendary. What in the... Okay, well, is there do I know a single normal legendary? I don't know. Legendary Final Evolution. Wait, what?
I could do any square you can't do.
Okay, wait, Nate. What do they mean by legendary Final Evolution? Don't legendary
Yeah,
Pokemons not have evolutions?
Well, most of them don't, but some in the newer ones do. Like they'll be like a baby legendary.
Dude!
Yeah. They're cringe.
That's... Okay, Final Evolution Dragon. Is Dragonite a dragon?
Yes. Maybe.
Probably, right?
He is.
Okay, we got one. Evolved by item. What
Yeah,
the
these are
fuck?
kind of hard. Wait, evolved by item legendary is kind of cooked.
Wait,
But I think I know it.
what about Mewtwo?
No. He doesn't evolve.
Is he not evolved from Mew?
No.
What?
No. Mewtwo's like made in a lab. Mew's just like cool.
But isn't he made from Mew?
No, he's not.
Then why is he called Mewtwo?
Because he's like the superior. I don't know, bro. I'm pretty sure a bunch of like Nazis made Mewtwo to like kill the world.
Mewtwo is eugenics, noted. Okay. He is made from Mew's DNA. Then isn't that kind of evolved by item?
No, bro. I mean, kinda.
Whatever. Legendary.
These are hard.
Okay, what's Hisui? What is
Yeah,
that?
you haven't played it. It's Pokemon Legends Arceus. I didn't play
What are the
either.
starters for it?
It's literally starters from other games. So you have fucking Roll It, you have
I don't know who that is.
Typhlosion,
Okay.
Cyndaquil, and you have Oshawott.
What?
This
Surely
looks
I
kinda
can find a
cringe.
normal dragon, right? Are there a lot of
that
normal
one-
dragons or not?
There's one.
Oh, okay, I can't find it then. Do you
It
think I
starts
know
with,
it?
okay, I'll give you the first letter. I'll give you the first
Okay.
letter. You can like search. It starts with D. Okay, DR. Bruh.
Cool.
Well,
Is it Dra?
actually, you might find it. There's like 8 okay, the whole screen right now is a bunch of dragons. It's one of them. Who do you think is
Oh.
normal?
It's not Dragonite, because you said there's only one.
Well, there might be more, but I only know one.
That looks like a plant. Can you have 3 types?
No.
So if it's plant and dragon, it can't be normal, right?
Okay, first of all, it's grass, but yeah.
That's
the
what
thing-
I said.
That thing is poison, but it's not.
That
you're
does
right, it's
look
not.
like poison. This,
I was
I
talking about
don't
Dragon.
know if it looks like anything else. This looks like lightning. This looks like plant. So I'm gonna guess Drampa.
Did he cook?
Oh
He
my
cooked!
god, I cooked.
The other ones
That's
are definitely not
crazy.
plants, but
Okay,
you sussed them out.
cool. I don't think I can get a single other one of them. I don't know a single Pokemon evolved by an item.
I can't think of a dragon evolved item right now, but I could do the others. Normal Hisui is Zorua. Hisui.
I don't know what.
But what are you doing? No, wrong square, bro. What are you doing?
Oh.
That's Hisui and Zor. No, Z-O-R-U. But Hisui, not the first one. Yeah. Pretty sure it's normal ghost. Yeah. Tuh. Then the middle one is Zoroark. Hisui. Huh. Then the last one, I have no fucking clue. I haven't played the game. Okay, GG.
What's legendary normal?
Isn't Lugia flying normal? Could be wrong. I'm actually not sure.
Wait, but I asked you if I would know one, and you said no.
Well, did you know Lugia is flying normal?
Well, I know Lugia.
Oh. I actually don't know if Lugia's flying normal. I could be wrong. Okay. Oh, I got cooked. Wait. There's another one. No, stop. There's Regigigas.
Sorry.
Whatever. No one likes Lugia. Ugly bird.
Boba.
Boba. Okay, let's end on one that's good, like Contexto.
No, that's a bad one to end on.
It's a good one, bro.
Do you want to end on the Loldle?
I mean, no, but sure. Cinched. Yes, sir.
Jesus, that's a
Oh,
lot of
old
green. What the
motherfucker.
fuck?
Thoughts on Nasus?
Maybe? That's a good guess, I think.
Nasus.
It's not
No.
a God Warrior, and it's not from Shurima. It's
Alright.
not human or God Warrior.
I mean, okay, I just thought of another old top. Is he from... Wait, where's
Who?
Scion from?
He's from Noxus. I don't know if he'd be partly human, though.
I don't know. I just know he
You can
has,
take a
like,
look.
Jarvan's dad's jaw.
No, he's a
Revenant.
Revenant. Not Noxus,
I could
though.
guess.
Jax? Would Jax be partly from Shurima? No, right?
Isn't he Shadow Isles? No, I don't know where the fuck he's from, actually.
Jungle Top? Okay.
He's not...
Yeah, he is partly from Shurima. Okay.
Wait, old tops is easy. I'm playing top lane. Is GP? No, he's later than 09.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure.
Sorry,
But I don't
GG.
think he was released on release, was he? Maybe.
Oh, he's human.
Lol.
It is 09, though.
He was.
Okay, what's
What
left?
about like a...
What places are left?
I'm just thinking of who I would lane against. Garen. No, he's from... Wait.
He's human, and he doesn't have mana.
Yeah. Mana.
Hmm.
Who am I laning against?
All
Pro
fight.
Gaff.
Cho. Cho's probably a good guess, actually, because we haven't guessed anything from the Void yet.
I fucking hate Cho'Gath, bro.
Oh,
Oh my god, yes, sir.
huge. Huge. Quote. Behind every mask is another mask.
Is this fucking Shaco? Oh, it's Jin.
I can't. You didn't know the Jin ones? Okay, that's
Why would I
weird.
know Jin?
What is that? That's one of the newer champs, right?
Yeah, it looks like fucking. It's not Callista, but it looks like
You think? I don't.
Tyson at. No.
So many
Vec?
of the new champs have like effects that look like this. Mel does. It's not Mel.
Yeah, I don't know this.
Smolder? Yeah.
Wow.
Big clap. Is that his Q? It is. Nice.
Do you see League remove their loot boxes?
Hmm.
They have a worse monetization than Genshin.
Yeah, they do. Okay,
Look.
is that Singe, do you think? It's not.
No. Wait, they throw up Kog'Maw.
Good guess. Good guess. Good guess.
I remember Pab used to tell us like, if you ever want to like not be Bondi, you have to think of Kog'Maw. Oh no, that was Tom. It was like his tech to like not get Bondi. He would think of like Kog'Maw. Anyways,
Be thankful you don't speak French, chat. It's fine. Is that
our friend was like, if you don't want to get a boner, like think of Kog'Maw. All right, what is this? Who's this guy?
that's one of the like mafia, not mafia, but like the skin line that gave Debonair trade in TFT.
Oh, it looks like Debonair Jace, but that's not a Jace weapon.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like that's Jace, but it's not.
Whose thigh is that? Looks like a gentleman.
It does. But that's like. Is that
Looks
a
like a
sword?
rapier. Yeah, it looks like what Fiora would use.
No, that's
Fiora.
way too big for a rapier.
Well, that could just be the hilt, and then it's just like a. Well, I don't know. It looks like a Dragon Hunter lance, bro. That's
It
what it looks like.
does! That's what I was thinking, man! Bro, straight out of
Dude.
Cox. Huh.
I don't know who uses that. Debonair.
Who was in TFT with that with Debonair trade? It was.
I don't.
It's not Brand. Could it be Leona? Wait, that's kind of a that would.
What the hell? You
It
think this
is!
Leona? What?
Oh
the...
my
Damn.
god! She's got some fucking drip in this skin. What's it called? It is called Debonair. Okay. That's crazy. What a fucking fit that is. Holy.
Dude, the OG Gunnar skin in 2014 when we were like 14. Pool party Leona. I can't.
Thank you, Nick.
Dude, my desktop wallpaper used to be just the car Aatrox. I would log it every day
I
and be
know.
like, Pog.
I
Okay,
heckin'
nice.
love Aatrox. What is it now? Is it still Hisoka?
No, what the fuck? It's Zhao. Oh, it's duality, but I use wallpaper engine to have a Shao.
You want to do the Smash Duel?
Sure.
Do the Smash Duel.
All right, Jigglypuff. Wait, they're other gender.
Yeah, I mean it's a. I think all Pokemon are other.
What? What? You got DEI in my Pokemon game? I can't play this anymore.
What's a Pokemon smaller than Jigglypuff?
I have to change my profile picture. I'm not Flygon
Is
anymore.
it Pichu? But Pichu was 64, no?
Pichu's tiny. I think Pichu dies earlier than Jigglypuff. It might be Pichu. Oh wait, are you asking if Pichu's 64?
Yeah.
No, I think it's just Pikachu. I think Pichu's melee. Melee. Da-na-na-na-na.
Huge. Huge.
Nice. What the fuck? Okay.
Okay. Well.
Well. Okay.
Damn. I think that might be solid snake. What do you think?
Yeah. Dude, one of them, I did a smash duel with Jake and we got
Mhm.
stuck for like an hour because it was Terry. I didn't even remember Terry was a character.
Who the fuck is Terry?
I know, that's what I'm saying. Who's Terry, bro?
Oh! I've never seen this guy
Astronaut?
before. Yeah, this is Olimar, right?
Oh, true. What? Okay.
Okay. You think that's Ken?
I think it's Ike.
Oh, not Ken. Fuck,
yeah, you're
what's
thinking
the...
Ryu.
I
It
don't
could
think
be-
it's Ike.
It could be Ryu.
Yeah,
But I
Ryu,
do
that's
think
the one
it's-
I was thinking of.
I do think it's Ike though, but we can guess Ryu first.
It's not Ryu. You think it's Ike?
Yeah, it's Ike. We like Ike.
It's not Ike.
We could be the other one.
Does-
Roy's our boy.
Oh, it could be Roy, actually.
Yeah,
it's
Roy.
Roy. I knew it wasn't Ike, but I hadn't thought about Roy. Damn.
I have an uncle named Roy.
It's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that.
And an
I have an
uncle-
uncle named Nick.
Fog.
True.
Uncle.
Damn. Well, that was crazy.
Oh, it was easy.
Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed the Entussi showcase.
Go.
Dude,
That was fun.
I love
gotta go-
Entussi more and more.
Can you stop calling it that or no?
No, I actually physically can't call it anything else.
Okay.
It's bad, but like, I can't help it, man. Entussi
Wait,
is
show
just
me,
so funny.
show me your weapon inventory. I actually want to know what weapons you have.
Sure.
Okay. Wait, why is your second Aquilon leveled? Just because it's for bandit only?
Because I haven't gotten around to it yet. I'm just out of
Okay.
Mora.
R3 Lost Prayer? What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That was the last standard weapon I got. Oh no, I still don't have Scoured Pride, I think. Or
Dude,
something.
I
don't
only
remember.
have a total of like 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy.
7,
You got
I guess.
3.
Yeah. I can't get a Wolf's Gravestone for the life of me, but
Smooge.
I
At least you
don't-
have Harp.
I do, yeah.
Dude, Harp.
least.
I'm also playing Harp Chaska. Dude, her crit rate is so fucked. It's like
Yeah.
101.
Yeah. I'm at like 110.
Yeah.
I introduced the concept of Entussi to Kiwi's stream yesterday. Okay, dude.
These are good weapons. I respect. I don't know what. Wait. Can you explain your Sino's weapon, please?
What's he on? Oh.
Fucking yeah.
I only have one J-Wing Spear, okay? What do you want me to say?
You have a death match, a Fav on Shao. Don't talk to me.
Yeah, I was playing Taser
The
Shao
hidden Fav
yesterday.
sword.
I was playing Taser Shao yesterday.
I can't. Wait, scroll down. Still have more level 90s. Oh, okay.
No. Here, these two are level 80.
Wait, what was prototype Amber called before? Because I feel like calling it Amber is so stupid. Does anyone know? I know it was prototype Archaic
No, that was the.
or Aminus.
That's the new. That was this one. This used to
Yeah,
be
it
called
was
Aminus.
Aminus.
Prototype Malice. Yeah, that's what it was called.
Dude, that's so much better than Amber.
You're right. It is.
I also remember like 1.0, you did the calcs on prototype Malice's healing, and you're like, this is the worst thing ever. I regret crafting them. Which, true. But then they added Farina
True.
and fucking shit healers.
True.
It's still Medius in French. Jeez.
That's crazy. Maybe I should have my in-game language to French then.
Okay. Okay, I see your weapons. All right. You didn't level the Melusine sword. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's because I'm French. I hate the Melusines.
Damn.
True.
All right. Have fun with your riveting content.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for dropping
All
by
right.
for the duels.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
sir. See you later.
Alright, chat, I'm sorry about that. Couldn't help it. Stream will get back to enjoyable content now. I'm really sorry. We might as well finish this stall, though. We stare. We... Ooh. Maybe we try to do it in 2. Maybe it's a do it in 2 angle today. Maybe it's like... Maybe it's otter. Okay. Good fucking start to the... good stall, dude. Holy. Wait, it's a 6x5? What the fuck? Is it an E or an A? Wait, I'm an idiot. No. I'm a, wait. Why did I do R? My brain is dumb. I was still thinking about the fair. It's L. What am I? I'm an idiot. We don't. Shut up. Shut up. Nice tunnel, man. Okay, dude. Why is there a card? Because this makes tunnel. So they put a tunnel here. Okay, man. Okay, dude. Let's do the Genshin duel. Is it a Kaya day? It's not a balls day. Mondstadt cryo character release after Kaya, but not long after Kaya. So it's either Rosario or Diana. 50-50. Maybe I should take off my hat and let the snowflakes fall onto my face. I feel like that would be really refreshing. Is that Navia? It is, yeah. I remember we've had that one before. No clue who the fuck that is. Still no clue. Oh, fucking... What? It's fire healing, but this can't be Bennett. Because if it was Bennett, I'd recognize it. Maybe Chevreuse? Sanguine Rouge. What other Pyro characters have healing in their kit? Gaming? This isn't Gaming. I'd recognize Gaming. Hu Tao? It could be Hu Tao. Linny? It wouldn't be called Sanguine Rouge if it was Linny, right? That doesn't... Maybe it's Hu Tao. I'll try Hu Tao. But this might be the end of the streak. Okay, it was Hu Tao. Huge. Huge. Not even close. Emoji. two-faced or theater. Let's try Lenny now. No, rock. I don't think that's a cloud. I'm pretty sure that's a rock. So two-faced or theater, rock. Geo. Yunjin. Yunjin does musical theater, I guess. Yeah, nice. Normal mode. Okay, let's do bald. Is it bald? It's not bald. Released after bald. Let's try ratio. It's not ratio. Okay, what do we got so far? After ratio. Acheron? It's not Acheron. Released after Acheron. Wait, what? What do you mean? It's not 2 arrows, but it's released after 2 point... They changed the way they did this. It used to be that if a character was released in 2.2, 1.2 would do 2 arrows. They changed that. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. Who was released in early Penacony after Acheron? Robin, perhaps? Yeah. They changed that, I swear. Black Swan? It can't be Black Swan because it's not Wind or Nihility. Well, at least now we know for the next time. The Sea of Stars is vast. Okay, this is... Himiko? March? Welt? Who's that? I feel like I've seen this name before. Isn't that Asta? No. Who is that? I know this is a 1.0 character for sure.
The Sea of Stars is vast, and our journeys are difficult and long. Please look after yourself, no matter where you are.
That's not a 1.0 character. I was wrong. Okay, let's think about this. Sea of Stars is an expression that probably wouldn't... It's probably not something that would be said in Penacony. Or Gerillo. I don't think it would be Herta Space Station if it's not Asta. That leaves Lofu. What Lofu character would have a voice like that? Definitely not Bailu. Definitely not Blade. Definitely not Danheng. I don't think Feisha would have a voice like that. But maybe she does. I'll keep her in mind. It's not Fushuan. Does Fig have the same VA as Pingyun? If she does, she doesn't sound like that. Definitely not Gwynaifen. Definitely not Ho-Ho. I don't think it's Jingliu. I don't think her voice sounds like that. She also wouldn't tell us to look after ourselves. I don't think Lingsha sounds like that. Definitely not Locha. No clue what the fuck a Mose is, so I don't know. It's not Ronmei. It's not Sushan. Weld? No. Shui? No. Yukong? It could be Yukong. I don't think it's Yunli. I don't think Yunli would sound like that either. I'm gonna guess Yukong. Easy clap. Easy clap. Easy clap. Ability. I should know who this is. Why can I not? I know. What do you call these things again? I forgot. Is it Hanya? Probably, right? It's not. There's no way it's Shui. Is it Huohuo? It is. Okay. What do you call these things again? Talismans? Oh yeah, I guess there's an actual word for it. I remember watching a fucking dog shit regression story where the main character used talismans like this. But he called them by their like Japanese name. So in my head they weren't called talisman, they're called something else. Minus 15k. Rise Lorp. No. I don't even need to look at it. That's a no. Shikigami, yeah. That's the word. Thank you. Alright, daily emojis. Welcome to my... Whoa. Ice character? Is it Sukaku? Yeah. Alright! Let's go spend our resin, chat. Where shall we spend our resin today? Oh, also, I want to give you guys an update on what I was reading yesterday. Which is how to use a returner. Honestly, chat, it is disappointing. The chatter who told me I should stop reading it was right. Did it get its cooked as chat said? Yeah. I should have trusted the chatter who said it was dog shit, not the chatter who said I should keep reading. They don't really stop leaning into the like morally bankrupt protagonist, but they also start leaning really heavily into harem tropes, and it makes me die of cringe. It's just man, why's it gotta be like that? Certainly is disappointing, but it is what it is, I guess. Anyways. Mizuki pre-farm day. No, thank you. Let's do... I did artifacts because I didn't feel like doing Mora yesterday. I think I'll do Mora today. I need so much. I need so much Mora. Although, I will get Mora from doing the event, so maybe I don't need that much.
whatever you need.
You need Mora forever? That's a good point. I do need Mora forever.
Come on, show me your courage.
Everybody stand! Fulfill our pact! Suffer the light of the blazing sun!
Let's do this then.
There never comes a time when you stop needing Mora. It's a very good point.
Let's ride! Alright. I'm going in!
He missed. Whatever, I'm just not gonna burst then.
I got cast. Picked the wrong.
I'm not gonna get the energy from the E, I won't burst.
Let's ride!
Let's hope you play.
Alright, let's light it up! Teamwork is
My E missed again.
wrath from the sky!
Can they stop dying to my off-field Mawika E, please? I want to generate energy on my Sitlali, dude. Fuck it, hell.
Let's ride!
Come on, show me your courage.
I'm going in! Laline, each papa, pyroclastic surge!
Don't mind, forget it. Let's do this.
Hello?
Yes, you
Eh,
are.
whatever.
I'm qualified.
Whatever. Been years not playing this game. Does Leyline give 61k instead of 60k now? Why? It still gives 60k, but if you're AR 60, adventure rank experience gets converted to Mora. Wait. Yeah, I am. I don't know, Led. Not really, honestly. Not today. You can turn it on back. You can turn it back on tomorrow.
Let's light it up! Everybody stick! Fulfill our pact! You two! Light of the blazing sun! Alright, let's finish this fast! Let's ride!
But if you played a fun team in Overworld?
Alright, let's finish this fast! I'm going in! Show
What
me
if I didn't?
suffer the pyroclastic surge!
I will. Stand down.
I don't know, man. Doing ley lines in Natlan without Mawika to fucking move around just doesn't feel as fun. But we can do Endussi, I guess.
This will be a productive partnership, I hope.
For justice.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I guess.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Everybody stand back.
You can't really end Tussie because
Take it easy.
the fucking burning grass applies too much pyro. And also, they just die to the end too, so the C doesn't do much. What's your current Mora count? 3 million. But that's not enough for 2 characters, right? It's enough for 1, but not 2.
Let's hope you put up a good fight.
Let me weed you up. Quietly now. Game's up. Time's over. Teamwork is dreamwork. You asked for it.
You're getting VARESA? I mean, I want to get IANSAN, and IANSAN constellations are good. So, probably. But not because I particularly want her.
Let's hope you put up a good fight.
Everyone went poor after Maui couldn't see Lolly. True.
Show me your move. Ring cutter. Busted. Things are about to get dicey. I'm going in.
Is there anything you don't like about her? I think that her special burst is a missed opportunity.
Witness my rise.
Like, they made a character that can actually, like, design-wise benefit from generating different amounts of ER for using different bursts. But they made the base burst dog shit, and they gave her a condition to use the 30 cost one that you can only really trigger 2 or 3 times per rotation. Which means that in practice, you never use the big burst, and you always use the small burst around the same amount of times. So, like, in what way is it really different from a normal burst? It kind of isn't. Which is sad to me. Anyways, tomorrow we're gonna get IANSAN and VARESA changes, so I'm looking forward to that. I hope they're good changes. But today, let's do a little bit of UID reviews before we record the meta roundup. Alright, chat, if you want a UID review, as usual, go to your profile, put the 2 teams you're currently using in your first 8 slots here. If you have other characters you want to show, you can add them here, but make sure that the first 8 slots are the teams you're using. Make sure show character details is turned on. Log out and back in, or just like quit game and go back in so that it updates on the Enko website. And once you've done that, send your UID in chat. And I'll take a look at what you got and give you some advice or PPW at your builds. It's my birthday. Fine, I'll do it. But if it's not your birthday, you'll get banned. The Pebble. Life is Roblox Geo joke. I don't get it. Anyways, let's take a look at what we got. Harbinger Chiori. Okay. 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 Ooh. Melusine Sword. Navia. Okay. Tragedy. Aquila Bennett. Okay. Okay. C6. You love to see it. Iron Lane. 24 crit rolls. These are high rolls, too. This ratio looks like more than 24 crit rolls. Yeah, these are pretty high rolls, huh? You don't have a lot of low rolls. Total of 2 min rolls and like 3 mid-low rolls. The rest is all mid-high or max. Yeah. Oh wait, that's C0. Oh, I see. Tragedy. That's a tragedy, for sure. Damn. Unfortunate. Neuvillette. C1 Neuvillette. Farina. Lynette. Why Lynette? Why not Lanyan? We just not gotten around to it? Do you like Lynette? What's the reasoning? I'm broke, so just no more at a level Lanyan. I see. I guess. Wow. This is where your Mora went. Why did it go here? No wonder you're poor, dude. What the fuck? Holy. I'm a Geo main? I mean, sure. Okay. Fine. You do you. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty strong. This is a little sad, but it is what it is. God. C0 Chiori with Navia is kind of sad, though. It's definitely sad. Not much you can do about it, though, if you want to keep your Farina on the Neuvillette team. And then you also... Why is she in your showcase? Why do you have a sturdy bone fully leveled? So many questions. You're out of Mora, but you have an Earthshaker and a sturdy bone fully leveled? Why? It looks nice. I see. Well... I'm not sure what to say. Like, a lot of the stuff that I think stands to be improved is just because you don't have the resources, because you use your resources to level up weapons that you think look cool, but are pretty bad. Happy birthday. As a gift for your birthday, I'm gonna move on before I start flaming you too much. How does that sound? Please help with my client. I mean... Okay. Okay. Like, okay. Like, okay. Oh no! My set is so scuffed. Okay, Lud. It's 2-piece, 2-piece. Okay, then what do you want me to say? Do you want me to give you the advice? You should probably get yourself a good 4-piece set? Do you need me to tell you this? Yes, okay. You should probably get yourself a good Whimsy. I get her on TF or Whimsy. In this team, definitely Whimsy. Don't look at my official. What the fuck? Seven rolls of crit, 7 rolls of crit, 6 rolls of crit, 6 rolls of crit, 4 rolls of crit. Dude, what? What the fuck? Jesus Christ, Lud. Is this like top 100 official? I don't know if there's official leaderboards. But if there are, yeah. Yeah, top 86. It has more crit rolls than number 1. So maybe with attack buffs it would actually be better. On the first page, there's only 3 builds with more CV. Four with this one. 5 with this one. Six with this one. No, because that's over 100 crit, right? I mean, it's still, even if you don't go over 100, it's still 6, 7, 8, 9, no. 9. Same amount, still 9. 10. Yeah. That's kind of insane. Jesus Christ. That's pretty good. Based. Your HP's really low, though. What is this build? Definitely get yourself some HP. Instead of, like, healing bonus and EM. You should probably farm Noblesse for a little bit, just to get HP main stats for her. And then Sethos, C6 Sethos. Surely you're not a Sethos main with level 8 talents, right? Right? Didn't get to it yet. Okay, buddy. Wait. Is this the team with Bennett? I guess you probably use Fischl on both teams, and Bennett's like the cope alternative, right? Is this gonna be IANSAN? When IANSAN comes out? Probably, right? Or I guess you'd put IANSAN here and use Fischl with Sethos instead. Interesting. I mean, who cares about the Nahida build, let's be honest. Ilonen, that is not enough crit rate. Fuck the healing bonus. Get yourself crit rate circlet. Favonius with 5% crit rate. That's like actually a little questionable. Like at that point, why is the Fav even here? But that's fine. Kagura's over 100 crit rate. This is 99.8 with his C1 passive on the shadow piercing shots. This is 101. Okay, that's not 100%. Neither is this. This is over 100. This is over 100. Okay. Alright. Alright, sure. Triple Crown, R1, 25 crit rolls. Okay. Only 22 crit rolls? I can't. That's a lot of EM, though. Seems like a pretty good build. Pretty good as well. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is 2-piece, 2-piece. But I guess if you want to go 4-piece DF, you just yoink the pieces that are on Kuting right now. And then this. Alright. Okay. Well, I'm still reeling from this. Fucking hell. That's insane. What rank is your client? I'm actually kind of curious. Top 4%. Yeah, okay. Alright. That's like okay. Yeah, it's definitely worth getting yourself a 4-piece, but yo. Right now, though, you should focus on Noblesse. Get yourself HP main stat Noblesse pieces. That's your most resident efficient way of improving your stuff right now. Because you basically get 20% attack for free once she's properly built. Right, because right now she's giving you 20. And when she's built, she'll give you 40. Half-year progress. We can take a look at that. Air 56. Okay, we got a C2 Raiden. Oh boy. Raiden Overload and so this is one of the many. Oh god, I need another Bennett accounts. That is going to really want to get IANSAN for sure. I will say though, personally, I would use Xiangling over Bennett and Bennett over Xiangling without even having to fucking think about it. Maybe it's because I'm biased for C0 Raiden. But I mean, still, it's just in my eyes, it's just a little too scuffed to use Bennett as your Pyro app, especially because he's not C6. That means your uptime on your shred is going to be pretty low. Like, in a team like that, and don't pay attention to my Sarah level, please. Let's hope I don't accidentally die because she's level 39. Also, no, take a look at the Raiden damage. I'm pretty sure she's on EM right now. Where's Sarah? Sarah, where are you? Hello! In a team like this, right, you have to do from Bennett to Sarah to Raiden, right? But because Raiden has a relatively long burst animation,
There is no attack. You asked for it. Rupture's teamwork is dreamwork. Strike. Storm the front. Torn to
right?
oblivion.
Look at how long the downward arrows stay on them, right? All this damage here is happening against enemies that don't have their resistance shredded anymore. Because we don't have a source of off-field pyro. Which means we don't get great uptime on Chevreus's resistance shred. This is a team where Bennett C6 makes a pretty big difference. Because if you have Bennett C6, I should have gone to Chevreuse before Bennett. That's a skill issue, but it's fine. You can do a Pyro Infused normal attack before you burst. And as you can see, if that's what you do, the downward arrows last a lot longer. Right? They last almost until the end. Because your last overload happens much later. Because of that, in these teams, especially if you don't have Bennett C6, I would generally use Xiangling instead. On top of that, your second side team wants Bennett. So it's kind of a win-win for you, right? So for now, at least, I'd swap it around. Let's also, might as well do this. Let's give her a proper build for Emblem. I have to go offset for this. It's probably not enough ER if I'm using Sarah, but whatever. Probably a bit low on ER on this one as well, but we might be just barely fine.
Illusion shot. You asked for it. Stop your toes. No turning back. Now you shall perish.
Grouping is fucking ass, but it is what it is, man.
There is no escape.
Unfortunately, my builds are not good enough for this, but
Quiver.
I need the energy.
More into the show. Inazuma shines eternal.
Oh my god. Don't have enough ER. Yeah.
Torn to oblivion.
It is what it is. Okay, bro. Ain't no fucking way that just happened. It's fine.
Shine down.
It's hard to showcase this properly because my Sarah's fucking level 39, so she's kind of doing nothing. But in a team like that, you get a decent amount of damage from channeling. You can build her either on a normal build, or you can build her on a fully M build. They're actually both viable. Personally, my favorite Raiden Overload team to play is with Fischl instead of Sarah. But with C2 Raiden, you're probably better off using Fischl. What about when I get IANSAN? How should I switch it up? Honestly, because you have C2, Bennett probably is slightly better than channeling, even without the uptime. From Bennett C6. So once you have IANSAN, you probably bring Bennett back to this team and use IANSAN here. But buy Bennett in the shop, unless you're planning on pulling on banners where he's rate up as well.
Illusion shot. Statistical.
That was a massive skill issue, but it's fine.
Get them. Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down. Midnight. Hands where I can see 'em. Stop it. Into the fire. Your toes. Torn to oblivion.
Yeah, unfortunately, grouping RNG against these guys is
No escape.
massive pain in the ass.
Justice will prevail. Get them. Shadow Raven, let night. Now you shall perish.
And the freeze is a pain in the ass as well.
You asked for it. Final. Odds reveal them.
Oh well. Oh well. But yeah, other than that, looking at the builds, he's pretty good. Seems fine. R3 Skyward Blade, I can't. Seems fine. It's worth leveling Sarah's Burst. And giving her a crit circlet. Her buff is based on her base attack, not total attack. And crit circlet is a lot more damage than attack circlet. And her burst actually does reasonable damage. A properly built Sarah's Burst can hit a decent amount, and against relatively squishy first wave enemies, it can be enough to one-shot the wave. And especially with C2 Raiden, right? Your burst is a pretty big deal, like the initial hit. So if you have to use the burst initial hit against the squishy first wave, you're going to overkill them by a lot and effectively waste a lot of damage. So if you're able to one-shot the first wave with Sarah's Burst, it'll help you a lot for your clear speed. Looks fine. Yeah, this is... wow. Exactly 60% crit rate. You love to see it. This is a good build. A little bit over 60, but that's pretty good. Alright. Honestly, this all seems fine. This is very low. I would put him in ER Sands. Maybe with 3 Pyro it's enough, but it'll still be tight, honestly. If Guoba's not hitting, especially. So I would give him an ER Sands for sure. But yeah. So good luck with that. Sends the 4-star artifact, yeah. Like, because you're on 5-piece, you can replace this with no problem. Also, you should give him a crit rate circlet if you have one, just so you can proc fab more reliably, but it's not that big of a deal, because 50% is pretty good. Crit Kazuha. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, it's C6. I mean, okay, that's a flex, but like... at least I can respect crit Kazuha if it's C6 Kazuha, because like I get it. Man, it's been so long since I did math on C6 Kazuha. Are you actually supposed to go Animal Goblet? I forgore. Oh man. I ran Optimizer, it's better? Okay. That's good then. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say about this. This is fucking 28 rolls of crit. Mostly high rolls, too. Like, this is fucking solid. Oh, and you have C key on Farina. C3 Farina. Is that enough ER? 171. I guess with HP particles, it probably is. But if you don't get HP particles, you're probably not getting your burst back. And it's not like Farina's that big of a portion of the team DPS. I'm gonna be so for real right now. I think this 50 CV Sands should be benched for an ER Sands. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I have to say these words. But if I were you, I would use an ER Sands for sure. Like, it's not that you're necessarily gonna have to, but if you don't get a bunch of HP particles from enemies, this isn't gonna be enough ER. So against some enemies, you're gonna struggle to get your burst back. On top of that, you have 50k HP, and that's before the C2. So the HP main stat is actually not giving you that much damage. Right, because you're running HP Goblet and Key. That's so much HP. So much HP. And then you also have the C2 that gives you a bunch more. For the Key buff? Yeah, but like... Man. I was just trying to EM max. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Like, if you're just looking for the fastest clears against, like, enemies that give you enough HP particles, HP Sense is worth using. But it shouldn't be that big of a difference in team DPS if you run ER Sands instead. And if you're not against enemies that drop HP particles, this won't be enough ER, so your clears will be a lot slower. Because you're going to have to wait for your burst. At the very least, I'd make sure that you have an ER Sands available. Right? You don't necessarily need to use it most of the time, but having one available you can swap your Farina to when you need it would be very useful for sure. I think this should be fine. Is Ultsporn actually better than TTDS? Here? Planning on getting Elegy? Okay, if you end up getting Elegy, you're definitely going to need to stick to Ultsporn because your ER requirements are gonna be higher. And that's probably when you'll start noticing the need for an ER Sense. Probably even with HP particles from enemies. The Fav is helping you a lot right now. Wouldn't Xianyun Sig be better than Elegy? That's a good question. Maybe. Maybe not, though. I'll get both, I see. Alright. Both BPW, yeah, I know. I know. If you end up getting Elegy, you're gonna want to improve your Farazan build. I mean, I guess you kind of want to improve it anyways. This build is actually kind of ass. She does not need this much ER in a team like this. Like, I never farmed TOM, yeah. In a team like this, with C3 Farina, your Farazan's actually doing pretty decent damage. Go scroll Farazan. I don't think that's better with the Kazuha damage percent from cons. Plus all the damage percent from Farina. Like, technically, what you actually should do is TOM Farina and scroll Farazan. But I don't know if someone who pulled for C3 Farina really wants to go TOM on her. Oh. Why TOM Farina? Because Farina's personal damage in a team like this isn't that high. And the attack buff from TOM is better. And that lets you go Cinder City on Farazan. So effectively, you get the Cinder City buff on top. And I also, technically, TOM is more HP than Golden True, so your key buff will also be slightly bigger. Long term, that's what I'd do, right? Farm a bit of TOM, try to get yourself a good Farina set, or at least a good Farazan set. Like, right now, that's probably the most resin efficient use, or the most efficient use of your resin. Is the farm TOM. Even if it's just to improve Farazan build, your Farazan build is, like, actually kind of awful right now. So it's really easy to improve. Right, compared to your Kaza build, that's, like, really good already. Although technically, it might be worth farming Maréchaussée for him over 2-piece. I'm not sure about that one, honestly. With Jade Cutter, it's probably going to be kind of rough to get good Maréchaussée. Well, maybe not. Does Farazan really do more damage than Farina in this team? No. But Farina can't proc Cinder City. And ideally, you would want both sets. Especially if you have an Omega fucking wailed out carry. Getting the buffs from both sets is pretty nice. Oh yeah, I guess you shouldn't farm Maréchaussée because a new plunge set is going to be good. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Farming Maréchaussée is probably a waste of time because... Well, is that even true? You do get a good amount of damage from skill and burst in a team like this, so maybe it's not. It's worse for my setup? Yeah, that makes sense. My Maréchaussée will be 10% better than current when I get missed. Yeah, that also makes sense. But yeah, so short term, farm yourself some TOM just so that you can have better than fucking 10 rolls of crit on your Farazan. Because the amount of damage she's doing is not insignificant in a team like this. It's not amazing, but it will help you get to breakpoints. And it's a lot more resin efficient to farm for TOM right now because getting improvements on this build is going to be really hard. Whereas getting improvements on this is going to take like 30 resin. But yeah, so short term, get yourself a TOM. Longer term, farm TOM for actual good TOM pieces that you can put on Farina. And farm Cinder City for Farazan. Yeah. Other side, slight difference in investment between the first and the second side, huh? It does the job, though. Rydom National is still good enough to do the job. You should definitely level Globa. A Guoba breath hits for about as much damage as a Pyronado hit. The reason why like Guoba is not as important to Lolo as Pyronado is because you get less of them, but it's still not insignificant. Pretty good Raiden for sure. I don't think your ER requirements are that high on Fav Raiden, especially with R5 Fav. I'm actually curious what the optimizer runs for ER on Changling. Or not the optimizer, the GT sim. Because usually the sim has to run a bit more ER than usual because it has to always be enough, even with bad RNG. It generally tends to run a little bit more. Real Raiden National. Okay, let's take a look at the config and how much ER Changling has. So, EM main stat, literally no ER rolls past KQM standard. So this is pretty much 0 ER other than the catch. And it's enough in the sim, which means it'll be very much enough in practice as well. So, if I were you, definitely worth changing this to an EM Sense. You even have an EM Sense, and a good one at that, on your Diluc already, that you can yoink. That's actually the main reason why Fav is so good on Raiden in Raiden National. It is less damage than the catch, but especially at high refine, you can proc it multiple times per rotation, which significantly alleviates your ER requirements. Right? Usually, on-fielding Raiden doesn't make your ER requirements lower in national teams, because on-fielding Raiden means you're not getting as many Bennett E's, but it does make up for not being able to do Bennett E's. So the ER requirements in Raiden National are fairly similar to the ER requirements in Sucrose National. But that's if you don't use Fav. If you use Fav, your ER requirements on Changling become a lot lower. Same way you have way too much ER in your Singto. You should be using a different weapon. You said you're planning on getting Mistsplitter. Once you do that, put Jade Cutter on Singto. And obviously you'll need to get a bit less crit rate in your artifacts, but just changing this to crit damage circlet will be enough. But let's show what the ER requirements look like. I don't have the catch, so I can't get the same amount from the catch. But let's at least get some fucking crit rate. Okay. That's probably a bit too low. this is gonna be enough. Just barely. Sure, I'll stay on Dragon's Bane. Yeah, we don't need to fucking bother building her. We're not looking at the damage, we're looking at the energy anyways.
No, my sword. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Send this now.
Torn to oblivion.
Now you're testing my patience. Will meet.
Illusion shattered. Let me lead you first. Huh? Everybody stand back. Toast. Goma, get them. Now you shall perish.
Oh no, ah! I'm getting frozen, man, I hate it. I'm a little bit too low at 140.
Inazuma shines eternal.
But literally just Emblem plus Catch gives you 150. With literally 0 substats. And my Sing Zoe ER was fine. At 150-ish on without Fav. Technically, if you really want to min-max the team, we're not gonna go so far as to put TOM Raiden, because the upside of having more front-loaded damage with Emblem Raiden is nice, so I'm not gonna tell you to do that. But Instructor Bennett and Noblesse Singto is worth it. 100% worth it. It's something you should definitely do. Oh, wow, this is not an optimized sim, huh? We can still do a little here. Right? Get Bennett. Instructor. Bennett has no fucking damage, so we don't really need to adjust the stats for it. Like, it doesn't really matter. Get Singto. Less. He probably has exactly enough ER, so we should probably increase his... Actually, he probably has enough. Just from the Fav. Never mind. Yeah. But yeah, so it's a nice little 2k more DPS for free, just from changing those artifacts around. Anyways, at the end of the day, your first side is so good that even with a not an unoptimized second side, you should still be fine. But these things are going to help. They're going to make things more comfortable. I assume you play this in Plunge with Farina, most likely. It's a pretty good build for that. Not much to say. C1 R1, no, sorry, C1 maybe that with Sack Jade, also pretty good. Wow. That's a really nice Nebulette build. There's not a lot of wasted rolls. Pretty solid. SMH my head. Vape gumming. I can't, but it's a pretty good build. Fischl. Where do you use your Fischl? Not sure. Fischl build is pretty good too, though. But yeah, so right now, the best short-term upgrade you can do is to get yourself just some, like, decent Farazan pieces on TOM. Whenever there's Papilla, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, get yourself some decent pieces on TOM. Then, more medium term, get yourself some good Noblesse pieces for Singto, so that you can put Bennett on Instructor instead. Then longer term, farming TOM more heavily to get a good TOM set on Farina, and farming Cinder City so you can put Farazan on Cinder City. But yeah, good luck. Hope you enjoy. Skip Neuvillette, Maoika, and Arlecchino for Gumming Hyperinvest. That's my goat. Okay, C6, R1, Ayaka. These cannot be your teams. Surely you're not doing Superconduct Kuting, right? Tell me you forgot to change your teams. Please. It's Superconduct Seatlali, not Kuting. True. Oh, that is C6, R1, Seatlali. I didn't do teams. What are the teams you use? At least type them in chat. If this wasn't a Gaming account, I would skip because you didn't. I do freeze and Gaming. Yeah, but like, which units are where? Farina, Ayaka, Shenhe, Kazuha. Oh. That's C6 Farina. Okay, I was like, where's the healer? But no. Okay, I see. Never mind. Gaming, Bennett, Chilon, and Sitlali. Okay. Okay. You don't have your Bennett here. Tragedy. Double Cinder City. What do Sitlali's cons do again? Did she get any ER from them? No, doesn't. Okay. Build is on my account, top right. Hog, okay. Freedom Sworn, interesting. Wait. Freedom Sworn? What? Can you get 2 crystallizes on Shilonen's weapon? Is that how that works? Maybe? Because otherwise I don't see how you proc the passive in that team. No, Chad, I'm not talking about triggering 2 crystallizes with Shilonen. I'm talking about weapon reactions. Because Bennett has to be the one to trigger the reactions for it to do anything. But I don't think you get... See this one?
Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
I mean... That's... I'm gonna be honest,
Things come to those who don't wait around.
unless the enemies have exactly the breakpoints where you one-shot them in 1E with Freedom Sworn, but you don't on other weapons, this has to be worse than just doing a normal setup.
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go.
Also, is there any reason why your Shilonen is on Cinder City?
Oh,
It's not like you're bursting.
where did that come from? Benny's adventure team, assemble!
She's on Petra. Oh, did you just not change her back?
Or not.
That makes sense then. Okay. I mean, based, but like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you've got C2R1 Shenhe, Lol W Calamity Queller. C2 Kazuhain Freeze Tragedy. I mean, it's... yeah. Okay, and then the Gumming side. Does Shilonen get anything from, like, additional from defense with Constellations? They do. Okay. Okay, so then this build is fine. I mean, okay. Marie-José? That can't be right. Especially not in this team. There's no shot. I mean, I guess that's a good fucking goblet. I have 2 builds, but both of them are Maréchaussée. And your off piece is already Crimson Witch. Oh, this one is Crimson. Okay, wait, never mind. Okay, that's a Crimson Witch build. Wait, okay, yeah. I see. I feel like this build is definitely better. Because this build is never going to crit the burst. Ugh. And considering how much damage you're doing, not critting the burst is the difference between one-shotting an enemy and not one-shotting an enemy. So you definitely don't want to run Maréchaussée. Now this is pretty pog. Very huge. Gumming my goat. Does gumming burst hit do that much damage? My gumming isn't geared right now because I played Plunge de Luke yesterday. Oh wait, he's kinda geared. But kinda geared isn't geared. He's on Instructor right now, which is not ideal, but whatever, I can't be bothered re-gearing. Actually, I can get away with Instructor if I do double cryo. But then I want Noblesse on her.
You are not welcome here.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Fulfill our path. Keep lolling.
Nice little 240k. It's less than a plunge, but it's not bad. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that normal attack, but it's fine. 34 seconds. That's faster than my Arlecchino clears, isn't it? Man, Gumming's still fucking good. Holy. Holy. They're perfectly grooved for him? Yeah. Your Arlecchino's damage is so ass. I mean, he's like top 5%. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. But top 5% on Jadewing Spear is the equivalent of top 1% on Deathmatch. So, like, it's not actually ass. As well, it's not like I have a 5-star weapon on Gumming, you know? So, it is what it is. I'll do it on this too. Why not? the instructor. Oopsies. Oh. Hi.
Now you're testing my patience.
Show no mercy. Suffer the.
A bit slower. Wasn't perfect though. Neither was the gunning clear, to be honest. My first E missed one of the enemies.
Everybody stand back. You two. Tight.
It's good grouping.
I'm getting sick of this game.
Now you're testing my
Lay
patience.
bare. You can bully me. I'm going in. Suffer the wrath of.
A bit slower, but not that much slower. That was much better grouping RNG though. Let's see if I can get a run with good RNG on gumming as well.
Everybody stand back. Fulfill our path. You two.
Oh, you fucked up.
I'm getting sick.
Now you're testing my patience.
Shake and stir. Can't handle you. Go in. Let's light it up. Show no mercy.
It's still gonna be faster though. Yeah, still another 34 even if we fucked up. Kinda just do be like that.
Teamwork is dreamwork. You two.
Oh my god. Why am I so bad, by the way?
I'm getting sick.
Now you're testing my patience.
Can't handle you. Everybody stand back.
Let's end this
Fulfill
now.
our path.
That's bad grouping, isn't it? Yeah.
Now you're testing my patience.
Oh, still. We managed to hit it by hovering a little bit forward. It was a 32. Don't think we can get a 30, though. Setup is a little too long. Still, though. Try the same team with Moika, too. It's gonna be worse with Moika for this, because Moika's AoE doesn't really... Moika will overkill the first wave with the burst, and then applying cryo to the second wave is kind of a pain in the ass. You have to, like, wait. You have to run towards them and then wait for the cryo to apply. The breakpoints are just not favorable for her. So I think she'll be slower than both, actually.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's get to work. You two. Tight. Light up the blazing sun.
Now you're testing my patience.
Full throttle. Shake and stir. I'm going in. Off we go. Fulfill our path.
Unless this manages to... It does? Okay, wait.
Look at you. Wrath from the sky.
That could have been a 32 if we played it better. It's kind of rough, though.
Everybody stand back.
we applied. Yeah. This is what actually happens most of the time. These guys run way past you during Maoika's burst animation because they're really cringe. So one of them just doesn't get hit properly.
I'm getting sick of this game.
Now you're testing my patience.
I'm going in. He's lolling. He's papa. Light of the blazing sun.
We missed our melt.
Now you're testing my patience.
Like a white.
Yeah. Did already a little too early. Anyways. Oh yeah, I should grab my commission rewards, huh? These guys are a weird combo of stagger roll and stagger resistant that's just fucking cringe. Yeah, they are. Exactly.
Add ast. Thank you for. Add astro.
Okay. Alright, chat. Is there anything else I want to do before the meta roundup? I don't think so. I think it's time for the meta roundup, chat. So before we start recording, we can go take a look at some of the submissions. Now that we've given it a little bit more time to cook. How many submissions do we have? I think it's going to be less than the last one, honestly. Yeah. We don't have that many, actually. Only 130. Interesting. We can take a look at the character data as well, I guess. I guess to be fair, I posted the submission sheet a bit later than usual. And it is 200 clears if you separate them by side, right? Maybe I should remove the low investment category since we only got one submission for it. Hydro most used element first side. It's really funny because these guys are pretty heavily hydro resistant. Pyro most used second side. That's probably a result of the pyro carries being very popular and them being much better for second side than first side. They're hydro resistant? Yeah. %50 hydro res. Only 2 enemies. I mean, it's 4. But yeah, sure. It isn't the whole chamber. That's fair. Clearwater Aramite is also hydro resistant. Is it? I forgot about that. Kind of makes sense though. Never mind. No, he's not. You lied to me. You fucking lied to me. Alright, wow. Most used character first side is Kazuha. That makes sense. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Most used character second side is Bennett. That also makes sense. Because carries that want Bennett are generally a lot worse at AoE than animal focused teams with this Abyss Blessing. So if you're going to use Bennett, you should probably use him on the second side most of the time. So that makes a lot of sense. And then a lot of the units used here a lot are units that are often paired without Bennett. Interesting. On this side, Bennett most used, and then it's Citlali. Arlecchino most used carry. Interesting. Is it most used carry on this side? Does Kazuha count? I feel like he does, honestly. After that, it's like Nilo. Keia's used a lot. Interesting. I guess it makes sense. I'm surprised he's used more than Rosaria, but I guess that's just because my audience is balls enjoyers, huh? Fastest average is Kinich. Is that because we only got one Kinich clear first side and it was someone who had some solid fucking builds? It might be. Yeah, we only got one Kinich clear. That's why. So that doesn't really count. Then second side is Kazuha. Why? How many second side Kazuha clears were there? Maybe there weren't a lot. Side, second side, character, Kazuha. Yeah, it's because there's only one. Okay. By the way, Watchful, I don't know if you are watching. Wait. Oh, but you're leaving. If you're still here, I don't know if you can make it so that this page excludes characters that only have one or two clears with them. Anyways. Because, like, Barbara being in the top 10, because there's just one Barbara clear, like, yeah, aware. Still, though. Hazer being very popular. Melt being incredibly popular. That's crazy. Fastest team archetypes, Burgeon, probably because there's only one fucking Burgeon clear. I can't. Rev Melt and Melt being the fastest on the second side. That makes a lot of sense. Overload is real fast. Why is it a faster average clear time than Hazer? Because there's only 3 clear submissions and one of them is really good because it has C2 Chlorine. It's not properly done. It's in the good builds category even with C2 Chlorine. That's why. Okay. Most popular team pairings. On the first side is Nahida and Nilo. On the second side, Bennett and Citlali. Yeah, I'm not surprised. How many Citlali players without Bennett are there? 4. Wait, let's take a look at the Citlali clears without Bennett and see if they have Bennett on the other side or if they're not running Bennett at all. excludes Bennett. Wait, there's only 2? Oh, is it because... Right, okay. So, 3 of them are superconduct. Which I feel like we can exclude. One of them is because it's a dual clear. So I feel like we can exclude as well. We pretty much only have 1 submission that isn't using Bennett with Seed Lolly. It's kind of crazy. Farazan and Farina being quite popular. Interesting. Farina and Nevillet. Fischl Singto. Farina Shilonen. Bennett Kazuha. Kazuha Kokomi. Oh. Fischl Kazuha. That makes sense. Wanderer is really good this Abyss. Klugi. He's a lot less bad than usual, though. That's fair. He's Venti's best. Alright, buddy. I think we need to... Man. Don't say things like that. It just makes me sad. Are the aggressive enemies not ask for him? Not with Venti. No, they're not. Alright. Interesting. Okay. And then when it comes to most popular characters, Bennett by a fucking long shot, actually. And then the other popular ones, Citlali, makes sense. Maoika, makes sense. Ilonen, makes sense. Arlecchino, makes sense. Chlorine is surprisingly popular. Farina, makes sense. Villette, fairly popular, but not that. 13 Baiju clears, interesting. That's kind of surprising to me. 33 Nahida, that makes sense. Actually, that's kind of high. Because this is not a very good Abyss for Hyperbloom. So a lot of the... Oh, no, it's because of Nilo. Right, it's because of Nilo. It's because of Nilo. Never mind. Right. That's why Nahida's so popular right now. Yalon. Uki. Okay. Kokomi. Kokomi's really high. I did not expect Kokomi to be that high. Oh, it's because of Nilo again. Man. Freeze. Taser. Taser freeze. 1 mono hydro clear. Interesting. Kazuha, quite popular as well. That makes sense. Rosaria is surprisingly popular. I think I'm more surprised by Rosaria being as popular on the first as the second side. What are people using for first side? Oh, I guess... Wait, why is it only showing 2 of them? Oh, because a lot of them are whale clears? Is that why? Let's see. What the fuck? Okay, so just freeze. Kea quick swap freeze. Interesting. C6 Kazuha. Fridge. Nice. C5 venti fridge. Ah! Okay. Then Arlecchino melt. Moika melt. 1618. Navia with Rosaria. Oh, interesting. I guess that makes sense. That it probably is the best Navia teams for the second side in this Abyss. Using a Cryo as the last slot. That makes sense. Alright. I think it's time to start recording, so everyone say hi to YouTube. Put a stream marker down. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the Genshin Impact 5.4 meta roundup. We're past 5.4, right? I think we are. Yes, okay, cool. We are finally getting an Abyss that is not just bosses everywhere. It's been so long. It's been so long since we've had an Abyss like this, and I love it. I want everyone to go to the comments right now and say thank you, Yume Mizuki, for giving us an actual good Abyss. Thank you. I hope Hoyo keeps releasing dogshit characters so that they need to make Abysses, like, actually fun so that people go for them. Anyways, thank you, Yume Glorp, exactly. But yeah, so we have an Abyss that's actually AoE on the first side. The first time in a while. Feels so nice. Let's go through each chamber. So in the first chamber, you have 3 waves of 3 Eremites each. It's fairly straightforward. These enemies can be a little cringe. Their behavior in Abyss is a bit different from outside of Abyss. They have an attack, which doesn't actually attack you, but they have a move that gives them very strong resistance to interruption. And that's the one they start with. But while they're doing it, they can still be interrupted, but only by some attacks. So sometimes, if you don't just wait until they get their resistance to interruption, you'll interrupt one of them, but not the others. And then one of them's gonna get knocked around and the other ones won't, and it'll be really cringe. It's a chamber that is honestly really easy at high investment, because once you have enough damage that you can kill them before they ungroup themselves, you don't care that much about the grouping. But at a bit lower investment, once they start ungrouping themselves, it's really hard to get them back together, which can make it really cringe. You can work around that with animal units, and the Abyss Blessing, or sorry, the Leyline Disorder, is going to help you with that a lot. And so the Leyline Disorder, first half, swirl damage dealt by the active character increased by 600%. This is additive, not multiplicative. Your swirls aren't doing 7 times more damage because of this. They're generally doing, on EM scalars, about twice the damage that they would usually do. A bit less than that. The thing that makes this really nice, though, outside of just what you would generally expect, is that because this is not reliant on how much EM you have, it increases your swirl damage for the same amount on every animal unit, including the ones that don't scale with EM. Which means that it also just improves any animal unit on the first side, even if they don't build EM. Second side increases cryo damage on charge attacks by 75%. There's not a lot of characters that do that, obviously. Ganyu, Risley to some extent, Chaska to some extent, and that's kind of it. But we'll talk about all those characters later on. But getting back to the first chamber. After your first half of 3 waves of 3 Eremites, you have 5 waves of Rune enemies. 3 Rune Guards, 2 Rune Graders, alternating between the 2. The Rune Guards have 700k HP, the Rune Graders have 900k. We have an Abyss HP scaling that is different from the default 250%. Right? The Abyss scaling is 375%, so 50% tankier than what it usually tends to be. Although lately it's been a lot of 300%. It used to be always 250%. We got a 375 for the first time in 5.1. And then it's been 300 since. But for this Abyss, back to 375. Second chamber is a whole lot of enemies. You have, is it 10 Hilly Trail Berserkers? 12 Hilly Trail Berserkers, 6 Minotaurs, and 6 Hilly Trail Rogues. Or sorry, 4 Hilly Trail Rogues. The way they spawn is split. You can think of the Hilly Trail Berserkers as just free-flowing enemies. You generally, unless you have really bad AoE, don't need to focus them because they'll just die passively while you're focusing the tankier Minotaurs and Rogues. The Berserkers just spawn whenever one dies. And then outside of the Berserkers, the Minotaurs and Hilly Trail Rogues are split in waves of 2. A wave of 2 Minotaurs, followed by another wave of 2 Minotaurs, and then it alternates between Minotaurs and Rogues. So after that it's Rogues, and then Minotaurs, and then Rogues again. And then on the second side you have the Field Generator. This is not the local legend plunge enemy, this is the boss plunge enemy, and it's a lot less cringe, you don't have a shield to break. Nice. Finally, last chamber, you have 2 waves of 2 Rune Drakes, followed by Swanee. I do like this Abyss a lot more than the last one, but that isn't to say there's nothing cringe about it. The biggest potential issues of each chamber. Chamber 1 is the ways in which the enemies can ungroup themselves on the first wave, or on the first chamber, on the first half. And on the second half, it's the fact that it's a multi-wave single target, meaning that certain units that do their setups on specific enemies will have to go back and do their setup again whenever a new one spawns, which means that if you have more damage than necessary to kill an enemy in one rotation, you kind of lose that damage afterwards. Chamber 2, as long as you have any form of grouping, tends to be fine, but without grouping is rough. Also, the Hilly Trail Rogues do a lot of damage, and there are some of the enemies that have the attacks that come out the fastest after recovering from stagger, which means that very often, even if you stagger them and then do a burst that doesn't stagger, by the end of your burst animation, you're getting hit. It's something that's happened to me a lot. Where I burst, and then as soon as I come out of burst, I get hit, and there's not much I can do about it. It's part of the reason why I refuse to play Ayato on the first side. Ayato's burst animation is relatively long, and your iframes expire before you can move. Which means that if you use your burst while the Hilly Trail Rogues are up, it's like a 70% chance you take unavoidable damage after your burst animation. I just refuse to play him in this Abyss because of that. I can't be bothered. Is that the only reason I don't want to play Ayato? No, but it's the reason I'm heavily I heavily refuse to do it. Anyways, as long as you have ways to keep them staggered and or grouped, though, it's pretty fine. Second side is kind of free for this chamber, but one thing to keep in mind is that the field generator just fucking blinks out of existence for like 2 seconds at the beginning of the chamber. There's like 5 seconds where it like spawns, and then after it's properly spawned, it just blinks out of existence for like 2 seconds. So make sure that's not when you use your abilities that need to hit, like Arlecchino's skill, or just skills that generate energy in general, because if it doesn't hit because it blinked out of existence, you will feel like shit. But as long as you're remembering that, this is kind of an easy enemy. Remember to jump to dodge the shockwaves and you'll be fine. Chamber 3, Earth Guards are relatively easy to group at the start because they spawn pretty far away from you, which means as long as you don't run towards them at the start, you're too far away from them to have their default attack pattern where their movement is RNG, and they will always start walking towards you. But once they've walked towards you at the start, after their first attack, their movement patterns is RNG, and so keeping them grouped is RNG, which is potentially a pain in the ass if you don't have very big like AoE. And then after that, there's the Swanee, which unsurprisingly can be a massive pain in the ass for teams that don't have cryo. The biggest issue with teams that don't have cryo against Swanee is that by default, he will do the Hydro Infusion attack, where he self-infuses with Hydro, gains a lot of resistances, and starts hitting everywhere in the arena with Hydro. Which takes a while. Then he'll follow it up with the Wind attack, and then he'll follow it back up with the Hydro attack. And that second Hydro attack is actually not that long after the Wind attack. It's generally 2 attacks after. Which is rough because it stalls a lot. So if you don't have enough damage to kill it right after the first Wind phase, you'll generally be forced to wait out the second Hydro phase as well. Because it has more HP than the last Swanee did, right? In the last Abyss, Swanee was on Chamber 2, but it was level 98 instead of 100, and the HP scaling was 300%, so it had 2.5 million. In this Abyss, it's on Chamber 3, and the HP scaling is 375, so instead of 2.5 million, it has 3.4, almost 3.5. Which is actually enough for a lot of teams that could kill it before the second Hydro Infusion in the last Abyss to not be able to do it in this Abyss. And while the last Abyss also had a first wave that generally took about a rotation, this additional million HP also means a potential second Hydro Infusion phase, which is going to be a lot harsher than this additional 600k HP without a Hydro phase. Like, without a second Hydro phase. Just in terms of DPS without a cryo unit, Chamber 3 tends to be the harshest. In terms of clear time without good groupers, Chamber 2 tends to be the harshest. And in terms of not dying when you don't have high investment teams that can clear relatively fast, Chamber 1 tends to be the harshest. So each chamber has their own potential issues, but it just feels nice to finally have proper AoE chambers. I'm really glad we have them. Feels good, man. Anyways. The Abyss Blessing heavily favors swirl focus teams. It's a really, really powerful one. And because on top of that, the actual amount of HP on a lot of these enemies isn't that high. The biggest thing is that they spawn across multiple waves in big groups. The DPS requirements are also not that bad, at least for the first 2 chambers. And so that makes it so that swirl focus teams do real well. On the second side, every single chamber is single target. So the characters that are good in single target tend to do quite well. Swanee has Hydro and Animal resistance, so Hydro and Animal characters tend to be worse on the second side. Hydro characters can get through it a bit more easily because they have access to more Shred, and Shred is a lot more powerful against high resistance enemies. Neuvillette, for example, is still playable second side because he has access to Vivi and Shilonen. But Animal characters pretty much only have access to Farazan and, like, I guess Zhongli, but not really. As proper Shred, technically C4 Gene, but meh. Which makes it a lot harder for them to get past this one. But yeah, the true winner of this Abyss, or the true winners of this Abyss, are Venti and Kazuha, I'd say. And Sucrose as well. Just the swirlers. You love to see it. The biggest problem with Venti is that Venti definitely is the best unit you can use for Chambers 1 and 2. But he's not that good against the Earth Guards. Which makes it so that a lot of people don't want to use him. Mizuki is not bad in this Abyss, but she doesn't have any real proper grouping, and so she's also not good. The Blessing gives you true damage when you receive healing, which isn't bad, but it's not all that significant. But yeah, this Abyss allows you to do a lot of like scuffed teams on the first side as long as they run an Animo unit and get away with it really easily. But it's important that your Animo unit is level 90, right? This increased swirl damage is based on the swirl base damage, which scales heavily with your level. Not using level 90 Animo units is shooting yourself in the foot. In terms of different archetypes, obviously, Taser teams will do quite well because they tend to be teams that focus a decent amount on the usage of Animo units as groupers, whether it be Kazuha, Sucrose, or 2 of them, actually. Double Animo Taser teams are quite good this Abyss. What else? We also have freeze teams being a lot better than usual. 1, because they often run groupers, so there's the Animo unit doing some work. But 2, also because keeping enemies grouped is a big deal. And we haven't really had chambers where Freeze's ability to keep enemies grouped has mattered in a pretty long time, actually. We've had Abysses where the enemies were freezable, but in most cases, keeping the enemies grouped didn't really do that much because they stayed grouped anyways, even without the freeze. In this Abyss, Hilichurl rogues, when they get staggered, they get knocked back pretty far, and it's pretty easy to stagger them. So they tend to ungroup themselves very easily. And Earth Guards ungroup themselves very often. It is RNG, but... So technically you can just reset until you get good RNG. But Freeze makes the Earth Guard clears a lot more comfortable. So this is an Abyss that's pretty favorable towards Freeze. Other than that, you also have Nilo teams. If you're playing a Nilo team, it means you can't run a grouper. So that can be a bit annoying. But the enemies tend to spawn close enough that even without a grouper, you should be fine. Honestly, what makes the groupers so good in this Abyss is just as much the grouping as it is the swirl damage buffs being pretty big. And so Nilo teams are still pretty solid. Obviously, Nilo in AoE content has always been pretty solid. What other archetypes should we talk about for the first side? A lot of reaction teams tend to struggle to have good application in AoE. So they tend to be a lot more focused second side than first side. Or that they tend to be a lot more used, second side than first side. But they can still be pretty good on the first side, as long as they have some okay AoE application. Kinich, I think, is worth mentioning. The Blazing Axe Minotaurs and the Hilichurl Berserkers are immune to burning damage. And Kinich's Nightsoul generation from burning is reliant on that burning dealing damage, not just getting triggered. Which means that Kinich in Chamber 2 feels like shit. Because there's a few waves against which you only generate Nightsoul from like the default amount you get without reactions. It's still fine though, because the most annoying part of this chamber tends to be the Hilichurl rogues, not the Minotaur. You should still be fine. But it is a funny interaction, I suppose. But yeah. Overload teams are kind of annoying this Abyss, honestly. They're fine second side, obviously, but they can't run a cryo unit for Swanee, which is a pretty big deal. Honestly, any archetype that can afford to slot in cryo units is going to perform a lot better than usual on the second side in this Abyss, because of how good cryo is against the Swanee. Your overload teams are going to be a lot worse than usual because they can't really slot in cryo units. And on the first side, overload easily ungroups these, which can also make things kind of annoying. But it's still usable, right? Just because it's not at its best doesn't mean it's not usable. It's still fine. Other than that, what else is worth mentioning? Hyperbloom is worse than usual in this Abyss as well. Because first side is very heavily AoE focused, and the single target focused side 2 has some cringe with Swanee. Swanee has high Hydra resistance, which actually hurts Hyperbloom teams a decent amount because they tend to have a decent amount of Hydra damage. You can use Hyper Fridge if you want. And honestly, that's probably the best thing you can do for Hyperloom in this Abyss. But obviously, the biggest upside of Hyper Fridge generally is that you get Freeze, and Freeze makes things a lot more comfortable. But freeze doesn't do anything against this. And, I mean, the cryo helps for Swanee, but the team will do less damage than other teams that can more easily slot in cryo units. Burgeon is usable on the first side in this Abyss, sure. Hydro carries in general, it's not the best Abyss for them, because the Hilichurl Rogues have 50% Hydro resistance, and 20 has 70%. Nevidet specifically kind of doesn't care, because he has access to a lot of Shred in his teams, and so he's fine on the second side if you really want to use him there. And more importantly, he's a very good AoE carry, so he's pretty good in the first side still. Even with the resistance from the rogues. Nevidet is probably the only character that can completely disregard the RNG for Rune Drake grouping, because his AoE is so big, or I guess his range / AoE is so big that he can hit both of them pretty much no matter what. It's really hard for them to ungroup themselves so much that Nevidet can't be hitting both of them. What else? I haven't talked about Geo teams. Geo teams tend to not run groupers, so they're not the best in the first side, but they're still usable, especially if you're using Noelle, because she's a pretty good AoE carry. For second side, Swanee kind of sucks. Specifically Navia, I'd say, gets hurt by the Swanee a bit less, because Navia's last slot is relatively flexible, and you can get away with using a cryo unit instead of Channeling or Farina or Mawika or whatever your last slot is, right? You can get away with using Rosaria, you can get away with using Citlali, you can get away with using Kea if you want. These things all work. But yeah, second side really, really likes cryo because of Swanee. First side really likes Animo because of the swirl buff and heavy AoE. That pretty much does it. I haven't talked about every carry, but I've talked about their archetypes mostly, so you can kind of extrapolate from that. Yeah, we can take a look a little bit at the submissions I got and which characters see a lot of play. The most popular character in this Abyss is Bennett. That's just, right, from the submissions I got. That's just because Bennett is Bennett. It just is what it is. It's not particularly a good Abyss for Bennett. It's just that Bennett is good. Some standout popular characters. Fischl, more popular than usual because she is one of the better characters to use in Animo-focused swirl teams. Taser teams tend to like Fischl quite a bit, so Fischl sees a decent amount of play, even if her damage is mostly single target, because she just works so well with the Animo units. Kea, a lot more play than usual, because having at least one cryo unit makes a pretty big difference for Swanee, and Kea is a fine slot in for a lot of teams. Sucrose, decent amount of play. Obviously, world damage helps, but also she's just a good character in general. Changling, Xingqiu, obviously. Rosaria sees a bit more play than usual for the same reasons as Kea. Kazuha sees a decent amount more play than usual because of the swirl buffs. Kokomi sees surprisingly decent amount of play, mainly because Nilo teams are quite popular this Abyss, but she's also usable in Taser and Freeze, which are also pretty much the three archetypes that benefit the most from this type of Abyss. are Taser, Freeze, and Nilo, and Kokomi is a viable unit in all three of those archetypes. Kuki sees maybe a bit less play than usual because it's not the best of best for Hyper Bloom. Yelan, an okay amount of play. Nilo, a lot more play than usual. Nahida also a decent amount of play. That being said, a lot of the Nahida clears are just Nilo. Farazan, because Xiao is quite good in this Abyss on the first side. Wanderer also works, but Xiao is certainly better. Baiju, mainly because of Nilo and Neuvillette. Neuvillette, just... when it comes to the submissions I get, there doesn't tend to be that much Neuvillette, just because Neuvillette's kind of boring to play. People will use them for their casual clears, but when it comes time to record a clear to submit for the data that I collect, a lot of people don't want to use Neuvillette again. But we'll also take a look at user submitted Abyss usage rate, and you'll see that Neuvillette is a lot more popular there. Farina sees quite a bit of play. Farina is also a good teammate in the Taser teams and the Freeze teams, which is also just a pretty good unit in general. Arlecchino is one of the best units to use in Melt teams, right? Arlecchino and Maoika. So both of them are going to be quite popular because Swanee really wants you to play Cryo, and Melt teams tend to be a lot better than the other Cryo teams right now. Klein, as usual, sees an okay amount of play. Ilonen, as usual, quite popular. Maoika, also quite popular. I'm kind of surprised that Arlecchino got more submissions than Maoika in this Abyss. I guess it's just because people like Arlecchino more than they like Maoika. Citlali, obviously, is like the third most used unit, tied with Kazuha. And that's as a new limited 5-star support that a lot of people didn't go for. Because they wanted to get Maoika, and they didn't have enough for both. Which is kind of crazy, actually. As you're going to see as well, when it comes to total Abyss usage rate, Abyss usage rate 5.4. She has the highest usage rate. Keep in mind, this specific data is out of everyone who has this character, how many of them use it. If you look at actual, like, if you're trying to look at the amount of teams that use this character, even for people that don't have them, that's what this app calls the appearance rate, not usage rate. The character with the highest appearance rate is pretty much always Bennett, because he's a 4-star that pretty much everyone has, and he has really high usage rate as well. Yeah, Farina's also generally quite high, because a lot of people got Farina. Anyways. Also keep in mind that this is not what do you call it? A study that looks at the whole population. What's the name for that again? Is that a census? Yeah, this is not a census, right? This is a sample. This is user-submitted data of people that 36-star and that care enough. Actually, how did they collect their data? I'm not entirely sure. It's self-reported. Okay. But yeah, so there's gonna be a lot of vices involved in something like that. This doesn't actually tell you actually how popular characters are in the whole Genshin player base. You have to upload your Hoyo Lab. Big, I see. But yeah, but just because it's a sample study doesn't mean it's worthless, right? We can still take a look at it and conclude things from it. Just like my submissions are also even further away from a census. It's just how popular characters are in my community, right? In any case, though, Citlali really popular, unsurprisingly, right? She's still new, so people kind of like that. There's still the novelty of using her, and she's really good against the Swanee. Shilonen, quite high, also relatively unsurprising. She's a very versatile character that a lot of people use. Reina still pretty high. Bennett high, right? Kazuha a bit higher than he's been lately because of how good he is on the first side. Nevilet's still pretty high, higher than Last Abyss. That was a lot harsher for Hydro units. Mawika fell down a lot because we don't have the Night Soul Blessing anymore, but she's still quite high. Arlecchino, also quite high, mainly because these are generally the best two carries to use with Citlali, and Citlali is really popular. Risley really high because of the charge attack buff. That being said, also do keep in mind that Risley's a fairly unpopular unit. Not that many people have him, so despite his relatively high usage rate, his appearance rate is still kind of low. Zhongli at 39%. It is what it is, I guess. Baiju still fairly high. Yelan still fairly high. Chaska, pretty high for the same reason as Risley. Mizuki, pretty high. But for a new unit on the patch, they came out with an Abyss Blessing, or an Abyss Leyline Disorder that heavily favors them. This is really low. On top of that, yeah, I think she's the unit with the least ownership rate in the whole game. That won't stay for long because she's a standard unit, so people are going to start losing their 50-50 to them next patch. So her ownership rate will go up with time, but at least for people that actually wanted to get her, ownership rate is going to be god-awfully low. Nahida, relatively low, mainly because Hyper Bloom is worse than usual. But still not that low because Nilo teams are pretty solid. You got Singso, you got Shenhe, fairly high. The reason why Shenhe is this high is mainly because pretty much every person that has Shenhe also has a cryo carry, but not everyone that has a cryo carry has Shenhe. Units that are a bit surprising, or I guess interesting. You have Charlotte, relatively high. Diona, relatively high. Lila, relatively high because they're cryo units that can be slotted into teams very easily. Auroron, still not too low because of Taser. Auroron's ownership rate is a lot lower than Fischl, though, which is why his usage rate is higher. Even in a Venti Abyss, Venti still only sees 8% play. I think, I mean, part of that is because he doesn't feel too great in the last chamber, but I do think that there's also the fact that people kind of just forgot about him. Ganyu, even with the charge attack crowd damage buff, isn't that high. But, yeah. Overall, it certainly is an Abyss. But yeah, let's go through it. And talk about some tips for each of the enemies. I'm gonna do Forcer only teams with only 3 units for this clear. Honestly, this is just one hell of a fun Abyss. I've been doing a lot more of it than usual. And it's also an abyss that is really good. Specifically for the good 4-star only teams. Right, generally when it comes to 4-star only teams, you often end up doing some combination of Hyper Bloom and Chevreuse, or Taser and Melt, or National and Aggravate, right? Generally with one side having some form of official team, and the other having some form of Bennett team. This Abyss heavily buffs Taser teams, and really wants cryo units on the second side, which means that the default combination of Taser plus Melt is quite good. Whether you do forward Melt with Gumming or reverse Melt with Shangling, both of them work quite well. So well that you can do it relatively easily with the only 3 of the 4-star units. Alright, we can look back at how it was a few Abysses ago where I was struggling to get my clears even with 4 units, and I had to alternate my teams because my builds just aren't quite high investment enough that I would have been able to. This is obviously a lot easier. Let me just double check that everything is properly geared. This is not the right piece. This is. I think my Singto is not on the right weapon right now. Yeah, that's definitely wrong. I don't know if Gumming has the right build. Fine. Change Bennett. I'm not sure about Rosaria. Although as long as she has an FER, it should be fine. Is that going to be an FER? No. No, it won't be. That's also definitely wrong. Good enough. Should have more crit rate, but it is what it is. So, first chamber, first wave. These 3 enemies will spawn next to one another, and after they've done their spawn animation... oh, right. I think it's like a 99% HP threshold, actually. So you have to, like, actually hit them a little. After they've done their spawn animation... Wait, why aren't they doing it? They usually always do it. Am I an idiot? I guess I am an idiot. Anyways, I'll start attacking you, but as long as you keep them staggered, it kind of doesn't really matter. And as you can see, you generally have enough damage in these teams that you can kill them before your stagger is over. But if you don't, they'll start getting some resistance to stagger, right? And they won't really be staggerable for a little bit here because they get super armor. That's something to keep in mind, right? If you give them time to recover, I think the HP threshold is 50%. So after you bring them below 50%, they will get hyper armor and become unstaggerable, which can be really annoying if you're not using groupers that keep them grouped for a long time. was kind of a bad showing of it here, but it's fine.
Absorption test. Witness the power of the wild.
Yeah, sure.
The invincible odds. Swirl. Mark 2.
Used up a little bit too much stamina, but that's fine.
Rain cutter.
Use the Viridescent Hunt trick.
Rain outlines your. Stand clear.
Prevent them from walking too far forwards. And you get a pretty comfortable clear like this.
Will meet again.
Everything's quite straightforward. A lot of damage coming from the swirls. We're swirling for like 13k here. Yeah. Keep in mind, right, the first wave spawns in front of you, then the second wave behind you, and then the third wave back where the first one spawned. So if you want to bait them towards where the next wave is spawning, that's something you can do. Yeah. Then here in this chamber is just ruin enemies that spawn in a like clock pattern, I guess. The first one spawns here, the second one spawns here, the third one spawns here, fourth one spawns here, and the last one spawns here.
Boom booms and mouth.
Keep in mind, if you're in the air,
I need to tighten up that part.
when the ruin guards decide where to hit, they will do their missiles attack. That can be quite annoying because it's really hard to dodge, and it does a decent amount of damage and staggers you. But aside from that, they're really, really easy. And then the Ruin Graders, if you're too far from them when they spawn, they'll do their attack where they start running, and then it's really annoying because they'll just go to like the wall here, and it's going to be kind of ass. You can cancel that attack with a melee attack, but generally, if they do that attack, it's because you were far from them. So you're probably not close enough to be able to cancel them.
Some seasonal greens.
But
Piping hot bowl of fresh congee.
yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Teamwork is strict judgment. Shiver.
Happy return.
Alright, so here, if I'm too far when he... Oh, I was too close. My bad. I'll show it on the next one.
Everybody stand. Lights out.
Mighty mythical beast.
Teamwork is strict. Punishment.
Happy return.
So if I'm far here, he's gonna do his... Okay, it's a 50-50, so sometimes he doesn't. Man, just do it so I can... Okay, whatever, I give up. I'll have to restart so I can fucking show the attack. It's the usual showcase experience. If there's a mechanic that's RNG that you want to show, you will always get lucky RNG that makes it so you don't have to deal with the mechanic when you're trying to show the mechanic.
You and
Oh, Viridescent Hunt didn't proc.
Rain. Animal test 6308. Animal absorption test.
Hello? Okay, I give up. It just completely refused to proc. That's just... I mean, that's a tragedy, man.
Let me read you a verse. Know my soul.
There we go.
Animal test 6308. Swirl. Mark 2. Absorption test. I'm getting sick of this game. Animal test 6308.
as you wish, make
Rim cutter. Know my soul. Animal hypostasis emulation.
now you're testing my patience.
We're just taking it slow. Anyways, let's try to show that mechanic this time.
Let's light it up. Everybody stand back. Yeah. Lights out.
Up to it, Monsai.
Okay, please get bad RNG. Oh. Okay, we got good RNG again.
Going in. You can't run.
Let's see if the second one will give us bad RNG so we can show the mechanic. Honestly, if it doesn't, I think I'll just give up.
Sorry, pal.
Everybody stand. Judgment. Punishment.
Up to it, Monsai.
There we go, right? So he does this thing, and he just dashes to the fucking other side of the goddamn world. And because the next wave spawns all the way over... Why did you move my camera? All the way over there, it makes it really annoying. So if you're tight on time, this is going to be the thing that's going to make it so you don't clear in time. Alright, and then on top of that, you're far here, so he does the annoying
Congratulations.
missile attack. That's kind of hard to dodge. But here, we were fast enough, so it's fine. Oh, he dodged my punch. But it's fine. Ooh, nice. And we get to generate some energy again. Huge. Alright. Next up is the fucking zoo. Alright, there's a lot of shit going on here, right? So the Hilichurl Berserker's first attack is the one where they, like, start dashing and kind of run past you like that. And the Minotaurs just run towards you and do their axe swings. That, the Hilichurl Berserker's torch is on fire, and that's actually something you can swirl. Right, as you can see. Which means that you can effectively use these torches, especially in taser teams, to get a bunch of chain reactions going. Right, and kind of just... Oh, we extinguished the torches with Singso by accident, but it's fine. The next ones we'll get. And kind of fuck up the whole thing with some chain reacted overload bullshit. And some, as you saw there, I got a fucking 39k vape swirl. And that's the sort of stuff you can see sometimes. And it's part of why the taser teams do so well this Abyss, because they can, like, significantly increase the damage they do because of the Berserkers. Anyways, that's a taser-specific thing. Although, technically, with any Animo unit, you kind of end up being able to cheat out some more reactions. That being said, this is part of why I'm not that big of a fan of aggravate teams in this Abyss. You often are going to end up losing your quick enough time because you'll get burning from those torches, which can be a pain in the ass. Anyways, the first set of Minotaurs spawn here. The second one spawn here. After that, this first set of Hilichurl rogues spawn here. The second set of Minotaur, or the third set of Minotaur, spawns here. And the last set of rogues spawns here. The Minotaurs run towards you. The rogues sometimes do, but it's not reliable. And so generally, what you should try to be doing is try to move slowly towards where the next set of rogues is spawning. For the first one, that's not necessary.
No, my soul. Witness the Animal Test 6308. Animal hyperstasis emulation.
Because the rogues don't spawn for a while. But starting after the second wave of meta churls, right? You know they're gonna spawn here. Ideally, you want to try to bait them a little towards where the rogues are gonna spawn.
Stand clear.
Because that means you have to run a bit less once they do spawn.
By royal decree. No, my soul. Rain outlines. Animal Test 6308.
And then, same thing, you can ideally try to bait them towards where the set of meta churl is gonna spawn.
Let me read you a prayer. Yeah, stand clear. Swirl, mark 2.
And again, same thing here. You know,
Outlines your
the Hilly rogues are gonna spawn close to the middle, so you just try to get ready by walking towards there
odds repeat.
as soon as you can.
Stand clear. Witness the power of Gurwa.
You keep them staggered, they generally don't tend to be that big of a deal, but if you don't, they can do a lot of damage. That's another thing you can try to keep in mind. The more you keep them staggered, the less dangerous they are. But with Seiso on the team, that doesn't tend to be a problem because he's got a lot of damage reduction. Next up is the Gravity boss. Not the Gravity Local Legend boss, the normal Gravity boss. Like I said earlier, he warps out of existence for like 2 seconds a little bit after spawning, so make sure that's not when you use the things that need to hit during your setup, right? If you need to, just wait at the start, right? Because like now, he's out of existence, I'm not hitting anything, don't get particles, don't get anything that's like reliant on stuff hitting.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is tricky. Punishment.
Copy returned.
Everybody stand back. Shiver.
Up to it, Mansai. Sorry, pal.
Oops, I'm an idiot. Yeah. Use the enhanced jumps you get from his field
Lights out.
to dodge the incoming attacks if you need to. And there you go. Finally, last chamber, right? If you walk forward at the start, of course we got lucky, it's a 50-50 chance that they go forward and a 50-50 that they go backwards, which means it's a 25% chance that they both go forwards. Here they both went backwards. Sometimes one of them goes forward, one of them goes backwards. It's annoying. However, and I'm pretty sure if you start like here, it's also 50-50, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyways, as long as you're starting the chamber behind the key and you don't immediately go forward and you wait until they move before you do, you'll be fine. They're guaranteed to walk towards you. That being said, after their first attack, it's RNG. The ways in which they can move, though, it's not in any direction. Generally, they can either move backwards or sideways, sometimes a little forwards. The easiest way to keep them grouped is to stand on the outside of them. If you see him start to waddle this way, you can go here to try to force him to stop. Right? You can kind of go here to like change his direction a little.
Absorption test.
And so you can kind of keep them grouped by doing that. But it's not perfect. On top of that, a lot of characters, if you're standing here, won't be able to hit both of them. You have to be in between if you want your AoE to hit both. That's why there's a decent amount of RNG involved in here, in this chamber. But as long as you're able to deal with it, you're kind of just vibing.
Oh, my sword. Animal test 6308. Absorption test. Squirrel. Mark 2. Stand clear.
When they do their attack, where they start to like power up and get ready to throw shit out of the sky, use an ability that can hit their eye. Some abilities can, some abilities can't. Generally, stuff with like big AoE does it pretty easily. But it's not necessarily guaranteed. Attacks that do only do from certain angles. So even if you know that your attack can do it, it won't necessarily do it. The easiest way to guarantee it is to do bow user charge attack aiming at that spot, right? It's considered a weak spot, so it always crits. But it won't necessarily be necessary. Another relatively easy way to do it that I won't be able to show here is with Kazuha's E. As long as you're standing in front of them. If you're standing at the side of them, Kazuha's E won't necessarily work. But if you make sure that you stand in front of them, it will. Kazuha's hold E does it even more reliably than the tap E. Anyways, all things considered, relatively straightforward as long as the RNG doesn't fuck you over. And then finally, you have Swanee, which, yeah. Generally, Swanee will have time to do 2 attacks before his first Hydro Infusion. And then if you don't hit it with Cryo, he'll then do 1 attack before the Anemo Infusion, and then 1 attack before the Hydro Infusion. And then he won't do an infusion for a while. If you have Cryo, as long as you always freeze him, and then break that freeze, whenever he Hydro Infuses, he kind of just never gets to do the Anemo attack. And if you have Cryo, the Hydro one is easier to deal with than the Anemo one. I'll start by not using a Rosaria just so I can more or less show you what it looks like if you're not using Cryo. Gotta be careful not to die though, because if he vapes, it does a lot of damage. And he can use my Bennett to vape. Alright, but he generally gets 2 attacks here. I think you have to get him below a certain HP threshold, so I don't think I got him below that HP threshold here. So I don't know if... I did, whatever, it's fine. I'm not going to attack him here, so he still finishes the Hydro attack properly. Generally for the Hydro attack, if you don't have Cryo, stay on the outside here, and then once he gets to the end, use an iframe here, either a dash, or if you're not confident in that, a burst for that hit. Then after that, he immediately follows it up with the wind one. And you break the balls like this, and you knock him down. Oh, maybe, yeah. Wait, is Swanee she? Maybe, my bad. Some of his attacks are on HP thresholds, but generally they tend to happen at around this, after the same amount of attacks or the same amount of time in most teams, because those HP thresholds tend to happen around similar times. I don't know the second Hydro... I think the second Hydro Infusion is like below 50%. But if you don't get him below 50%... Yeah, because that's not the full Hydro Infusion attack. If you don't get him below 50%... Okay, he also does it eventually on a timer.
Everybody stand
After this one, he doesn't follow it up immediately with the animal one. It's only the first Hydro attack that he immediately follows up with the animal one. In any case, let's now show what happens if you are using cryo units.
Let me read you a verse. Rain outlines your fate. No, stand clear.
We got bad RNG here. The attack he did is one of the ones that makes him move the most, so they were kind of not all that well grouped right now. Of course, swirl damage is going to be a little sus, but it looks like we're fine.
Rain.
Oh, fuck. Okay, we're fine. Gonna be hard to get the Sucrose Burst to hit both here, because they're still a little too far away, but that's fine. I need to stop yapping and just focus on killing them. I've already explained all the stuff that needed to be explained. Okay, bad RNG here. If you see him go back, you can go like backwards a lot more, and that can force the attack where he starts running towards you. If you're far enough away from him and he's not about to do the attack where he, like this one, where he starts charging up. Canceling that attack is very important. Because if you don't cancel him, he's going to gain resistances to whatever elements has dealt the most damage to him so far. Anyways. I did not think his hitbox extended that far upwards, but I guess it did. My bad. That's the only real downside to using Bennett in that chamber. Of course, they're being a bit annoying. Oh, never mind. Are we fine? We're fine. Okay. Ah, shit. I canceled a bit too early. Fine. But yeah. Bennett makes the Hydra attacks from Swanee trigger Vape on you, which makes them deal a lot more damage. Which, as it turns out, can be enough for you to get one-shot by them. Here, I notice him walking backwards like that, so I kind of run back to try to force him to do this one. Oh, but my Sucrose Burst fucking interrupted him. Pain in the ass. Forgot about Sucrose Burst. Anyways, I gotta stop yapping. I already said that on the fucking last one. Here. Oh, right. I interrupted him on the run attack, so he's not gonna... This one will run towards me now. I run back like that. When they're ready to do their like hits from the sky attack, they will always do it. And when they're not, like no matter where you are from them, and when they're not, they'll never do it. And so if they haven't done it yet, you can go backwards to force them to do the attack where they run towards you. But if they have done it recently, you can go backwards to force them to do that attack. But if they haven't done it yet, going far from them won't do anything because it'll just make them. They'll still just do that attack. Okay, that's kind of bullshit, but it's fine. It worked out. The Bennett infusion expired in time. Here we stagger him. Right? Gonna make sure I don't fuck things up too bad here. I need my energy from Rosaria E, so... Yeah, here he won't do the wind attack. Yeah, I fucked that up, but it's fine. I shouldn't have done that. That was... It's fine.
Everybody stand back. You can't run.
Up to it, Montai.
I fucked up. That was awful. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Let's just make sure we get enough energy for our stuff. Okay.
I'm going in. What a nuisance. Shiver.
Mighty mythical beast.
Why am I so bad? It's hard to play properly and explain things at the same time. So because I yapped, I wasn't focused enough.
Witness the power of the wild. Rain
Anyways.
outlines your fate. Absorption test. Swirl. Mark 2.
What the? How did that not? Whatever. It's fine. We get good, good grouping here. Official burst initial hit. If you're doing it from the right position, can stagger them, which is what I use there.
Enhanced animal module 75.
With good grouping, a taser team, especially a taser team that isn't using 3 units, should be able to clear the first wave in about 30 seconds. Second wave is a bit more unreliable to group, so it might take you a bit longer. Okay, how did that... Fine.
Absorption test. Swirl. Mark 2. Stand clear. Wings of dark. Rain outlines your fate. Know my Animal test 6308. Witness the power of good. Absorption test. Enhanced animal module 75.
As you wish.
Rain outline.
Let's properly do this now without yapping.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Judgment. Lights out.
Up to it, Montai.
Annoying. We really fucked up our energy here.
I'm going in. Yeah. Shiver.
Mighty mythical beast.
I missed my E. It was too far up.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up. Judgment. Lights out.
Happy return. Alley-oop.
It was too far up again, so I missed another E. My god.
You can't run.
My energy's so fucked because my E's keep missing!
I'm going in. Judgment. Punishment.
Up to it, Montai. Sorry, pal.
Whatever, we got it. We got it. I'm kind of pissed. But yeah. Swanee... Silali's really good against Swanee, but... Gaming doesn't have the best matchup because his attacks hit the ground and Swanee just keeps fucking flying upwards. It's very annoying. But it is what it is. Anyways, hopefully that was helpful. I think that the reason why he doesn't tend to do the Animo attack after the Hydro attack with a Crow unit is because The Animo attack happens on a timer,
Onto the sticks.
but the Hydro attack is HP threshold based and on a timer.
So don't worry, you're in safe hands.
Um,
They don't call me the gold standard guard for nothing.
and so the timer for the Animo attack passes if you knock him down with the freeze. And then he does another Hydro one, so you can do that as well. Because he's like under the HP threshold for the second Hydro phase. But because my E's kept missing, he still did the win one this time.
Tea with a couple of nibbles.
Anyways, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two. This Abyss is a lot easier than the last one, but each chamber has frustrating bullshit. The first chamber is Eremites being sometimes resistant to stagger and triggering freeze on you is really annoying. The Hilichurl rogues getting very easily staggerable and often staggered in different directions from one another is really annoying. The field generator disappearing for like 2 seconds where you can't get particles on him, so you have to make sure you wait it out, is really annoying. The Earth Guards ungrouping themselves is really annoying. The Swan Neat in general is really annoying. So this Abyss, it's easy, but it sucks nonetheless. That being said, it is nice to finally have proper AoE content. I've missed that for sure. And yeah, that's gonna be it for today. So I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube.